Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Welcome to WARDITV Monday number 19. As we'll be kicking this off in a few moments' time with our first matches of the day. Kind of looking at Arrogfire Percival for the first round, so I think we're probably going to go there for a little bit of TVP. Yeah. Hello everyone, thank you Sipship for the 40 months resub on the Prime to start us off. Subsolar on the tier 2 for the 46. Louis Rossi just became a YouTube member. Hello. Thank you so much, Louis Rossi, thank you. He is becoming a YouTube member. Don't see that one every day. And Barry Crunch for the raid on Twitch as well. Hello everyone. Good to see you guys. We're gonna work on getting into yeah, I think Arrogfire versus Percival is a good first round matchup for us. So we're going to go on to that. That's going to be our plan. Happy Monday. Happy Monday to you all. Yeah, we're going to get into some games. Plain and simple. Cast some StarCraft 2. Sit back and enjoy the day. We've got a good lineup. We've got 31 players, so pretty much a full 32-player bracket. We've got herO, Milky Cow, Shameless, Q, Trigger, Shin, Nice, Baby Marine, Classic, Geralt, Nicorette, Clem, Luciano, Percival, Arrogfire, Showtime, ryung, Nurko. Some of these names. I don't know why I'm reading out some of these names, because I don't even know who they are. They just have names that I've fancy written out. Showtime, ryung, MaxPax for Jimmy, Honmono, Gumiho, Creator, and Lunacy. So pretty fun set of matches. Most likely coming up as we work through the next few hours of StarCraft 2 action, and we'll get into some games. We're just waiting for Percival and Arrogfire to do some early game or early in the day vetoes, so just getting that started up to begin with, and we will go from there and kick into some action. Hopefully very, very shortly, guys, so let's progress on that. Yo, Luigi came in 1991, dropping the fresh new sub as well. Guys, we haven't even started. We haven't even started. We're getting subs and members and all sorts already. Thank you guys, appreciate it. We're going to be kicking off in, like I say, just a few moments. Getting ready to go, go, go. Just waiting for, yeah, just waiting for some vetoes. I've already asked. I see both our players online, so... we shouldn't be too long. I'll apologize ahead of time. I'm a little yawny and tired today. I was away for the weekend and up early across the weekend, and then had to be up early today because we got some work being done in the house and stuff. So yeah, it's been a bit of an early morning. I'm a little tired, so apologies if I'm a little low energy. Just especially I think early on. Probably, yeah, as we get going a little bit. I'll warm up into, you know, we had the weekend off casting StarCraft 2, so I'll get back in that StarCraft casting mindset. I love this. Try and join a lobby's taking about 30 seconds. That's a great sign that today's going to go well. Yeah, alright. Luigi Gamer gonna go one step beyond and drop the 5 gifted subs to start us off on this Monday in all the right ways. Prince Otts, 8 Miles West, Invert FNU, Akemi, and Kitty Cat Attack. Thank you so much for joining the Wardy family via Luigi Gamer. He just dropped the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much for supporting. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As yeah, we'll get into the game here in just a few. We're in the lobby. We just waiting for our players to both join us, and we will be off and away into some StarCraft. Players ready up. So we're actually counting down into this and getting ready to go. That was a donation as well. Oh, over on the YouTubes. Terranzoid. Hopefully less than 50% PvP. I actually don't think there should be too much PvP today. Potential maybe get PvP, maybe even finals, I guess. MaxPax herO's a potential final today. Yeah, I'm also hoping that will be not so much PvP. Thank you so much for the €5 on the super chat. Much appreciated. As we kick off into the StarCraft 2 action. Some best of 3 games all the way through the day. We will have a best of 5 grand final, of course, as we work our way through this WARDITV Monday edition 19. In the top right corner of the map, we start off with the blue Terran player Percival. Korean Terran, who has succeeded in kind of a lot of the newer RTSs as well that have been coming out. Seems like he's back, kind of grinding some StarCraft 2 again recently, so cool to see him back in these tournaments. Nice to see him playing some games. Always been a fan of catching some Percival games. Always the kind of guy you can kind of look at and be like, oh, what are you up to lately? And he'll provide a couple of fun games. He'll, show some cool strategies. He's always a fairly fun player to follow. Bottom left-hand side, the purple Protoss player is Arrogfire. As we kick into this game number 1, he will be, I think for me, a little bit of an underdog coming into this. As we just get this up and rolling. Let's see how it goes. So, a little bit of PvT action. Hope you've all had a good weekend. Thank you so much for joining us early for some Monday action here as well. Should be, I think, a good time coming up. So, yeah, let me know what you've been up to. Let me know how you guys have been doing. Hope you guys, I obviously, Master Coliseum was on this weekend. I just wasn't here to cast it. Hopefully those games were a lot of fun for you guys as well. I have not seen the results myself just yet. Not sure if I'm going to find the time to cast the games. I'm kind of a little bit booked up this week, and February, this week is a little bit busier, and then next week we start kind of having a little bit of a more chilled out schedule again, so I'm going to have to come back and figure out what we're going to do about that schedule anyway. By then, I'm not sure if I want to wait a week and then cast games. I feel like that may take a while, but then it might be good to cast them for YouTube anyway, so yeah, I'm not 100% sure where we're at in that regard, but hopefully you guys enjoyed Master Coliseum if you watched as well. As our Reaper hops up to the high ground, he's going to start hitting a Cybercore, going to start hitting the gateway. Now hitting a pylon. Take a pick of what you want to do as the grenade goes down. Forces the Stalker to back the heck out of there. That is going to be Percival returning back to the middle of the map for the moment, with really not that much achieved here. So yeah, this Reaper does take a few steps away and back around over to the left-hand side. Try and figure out what will happen in the next few moments. The QR code for Romantic is cut off. Yeah, I know. I can't. It's really silly. I mentioned this to them, but I was like, why do you always build your widgets going upwards? Because the problem is to have all the stuff show up properly on this screen. I would have to move what you currently see in the top right down to halfway to the halfway down the screen, which then just looks awful for the entire rest of the time, right? It only makes sense when the full pop-up things are showing. So yeah, right now, I would have to move it down, like I say, about to halfway of the screen for that whole animation to show up, which is obviously just a little bit silly. So yeah, I appreciate it's cut off. It won't be cut off when we're between games, and you can always !roll on the Twitch chat if you want a link. So yeah, I appreciate the heads up, but I kind of know about it. I just don't think there's much to do. Hope I had a good time at the Pokemon event. Yeah, I actually have a really funny StarCraft-related story from the Pokemon event. It was, yeah, pretty amusing, I guess. So, yeah, I've got a little bit of a StarCraft story from it. Maybe we'll tell that a little bit later on, though. Maybe that's the early game banter for one of the starts of a game later in the day. But yeah. Gonna have ourselves the medevac heading out over to the left-hand side. Nexus, robot facility, pylon and the assimilator coming up and online. The blink is about to finish up here. The Stalker is going to come up as well. So you need to get that going. As we just have our medevac heading down in toward the natural expansion. It's going to boost straight into this. And we're going to unload, and the first few probes are going to be forced to pull away. There's only one Widowmine in that medevac, so you cannot do a lot here. Especially if you lose the Widowmine, which will happen now. We'll give it one probe. Some +1 in time for Arrogfire. I would say he dealt with this pretty well overall. And now this medevac boosting across, and you see the medevac is already going to be back home though, so it looks as though this medevac will get away. There's actually, okay, there's other stalkers chasing it, and it did take a bit of an awkward route, kind of turning down through the center. I guess it was trying to get down to this army, but getting there in, like I say, a little bit of an awkward manner, just because those stalkers were able to chase a little bit. In the end, it's going to be absolutely fine in theory, as this hallucination has tracked this army coming across the map, so Arrogfire jumps on Percival's force immediately. Tank goes down, quite a lot of stalkers, Marines left over to fight these stalkers, but of course stalkers have the blink, so Arrogfire should never really lose anything here. Like, you know, here and there you may lose one stalker, but generally it's going to be a very clean up. Two stalkers going down, 5 probes have fallen. Still losing probes. The Liberator showed up on the natural. That's why Percival finding success, because otherwise, yeah, losing the tank, 13 Marines, not many stalkers going down. This was a success story for Arrogfire. The recall to deal with the Liberator, I don't know if I love that, because I feel like right now it could have been nice to maybe have those other stalkers across the map to apply further pressure, but I guess with double siege tank, you're probably not going to find anything right there anyway. As the charge comes up, the extra gates coming through, the forge will be building. Engineering bay bunker coming up, a couple of additional barracks coming through against impact and combat shield still on the way. CV is mining away comfortably, and still got those couple of stalkers making their way around toward the front here just for the moment. So just still making their way across. Stalkers head to the upper right hand side. Again, we get ourselves +1 attack, combat shield, stim pack, all of that coming through, the +1 attack, and there wasn't a mortal on the way, now a war prism on the way coming by. The gate zealots and the few gateways coming up as well. Stalkers gathering. One stalker goes down, medevac getting caught, a couple of Marines getting jumped on as well. We will see the couple tanks continue through. Stimpack +1 attack, the extra Marines, everything coming by as our Marine tank force will make some pressure down to the bottom left-hand side. It's just going to come straight across here. Another push. At the same time, we actually have a drop already here from Percival across the map, so he's already moving in. And looking to see if there's damage to be had. I mean, 2 probes go down. Give some attention elsewhere while you get set up. I do not love this, though. I mean, this is setting up way ahead of the rest of your army. What's going on? We're so tank-heavy here as well. I do not love that for the amount of zealots that we're already up against. Arrogfire, things in a very good spot. He's going to come through, catch a couple of reinforcing units. I mean, I'd say flank this, but he's kind of just going to come in from the back, and then, I mean, if anything, this is worse for him because he's further away from his static defense that he could have been utilizing here. The tank's very well protected by the Marines. We're going to step back a little further. Like I say, you're cutting off the reinforcements to some extent. So that Zealot's a little awkward because you're kind of melee units chasing through to try and catch those reinforcements can become expensive. This is all buying you time at least to get more Zealot Warpins. I think right now, the more Zealot Warpins you have, the better off you're going to end up being. I think it's just time to go. Honestly, I mean, this base is going to go down. We give up the third. Disruptor Shock gets a few SCVs. Like I say, I actually feel like the pincer is ready. I feel like the move is ready to be made. We're going to go right now as the tanks are unsieged. And we go. Those tanks will get caught. They will get a few shots off. Liberators are going to start working on the prism. As the Liberator siege of the Stalkers just blink away. They will get everything pretty much. The medevac should start going down here as well, so evacuation isn't easy. However, reinforcements did show up from Percival. This was being held off initially by Arrogfire's positioning. Use the Disruptor Shot to try and chase down the ramp and see if there's anything extra he can find for a couple of moments. Liberator is obviously going to be an issue right now, the sort of thing that makes it very difficult to do much about. A couple of Disruptors just pull on over to the sides. Those Liberator sieging up, we continue to come back and forth a little bit. So again, just going to be seeing the Stalkers trying to get after a Liberator for a couple of moments. Not quite able to just yet. Now stepping back, Disruptor Shot coming out. I think the problem is over time here, you're not exactly doing well enough to kind of stay in this as Percival. You obviously did pull SCV, so you gave up a lot of early economy, etc. Gets rid of the siege tank now. A few Zelts will chase after those Marines. I think this is slowly going to turn into Arrogfire's favor. The longer this goes, the better off he's going to end up being pretty much. And I do not feel like we're far from just seeing success, success, success written all over this game from Arrogfire. I mean, the army supplies are still very close, and he's still being, playing against a very scary set of units, but I feel like he's pretty much there. So the shot will go for a couple of Marines only. Percival's just sitting right outside this third base, but of course threatening to run into disruptions, so I just do not think is that scary anymore. I think about this point where Percival, the Colossus out as well, has got to be feeling better and better. Sorry, Arrogfire's got to be feeling better and better about a defense here. Gonna commit in right now. Disruptor shots will force Marines to just pull back, and as the tanks go down, the Colossus has not fallen. This is looking as though Arrogfire has absolutely done what was necessary. GG's. And Arrogfire going to take the opening game of what is turned out to be already a very fun matchup. GG's. Alright. Game 2 coming through in a few, as we'll keep our games going. Thanks for joining us, and good to see you guys as we will be back into action in just a few moments here. Again, hope everyone is doing well. Thanks for joining us for some WARDITV Monday games. Fire up into a lobby. Let's jump into Frostline then. So, gonna go Frostline for map number 2. Results: Showtime actually gonna be playing against herO already, as Showtime takes his first series down without issue. So Showtime gonna go up against herO. Otherwise, a few walkovers, nothing too meaningful just yet, and nothing you guys would be shocked by. Obviously, second round action is already gonna be heating up. I mean, Showtime herO in a round of 16 tells you that we've got a pretty great lineup of players today. Wow, we definitely have quite a few good players, and round of 16 onwards is going to be good. I mean, already Percival, Arrogfire delivering some fun stuff in the round of 32 as well, as they battle into game number 2 in the top right-hand corner. Down a map in the best of 3 now. Looking to bring it back after that SCV pull attempt did not work in game number 1. It is Percival. Bottom left, our purple Protoss is going to be Arrogfire. We enter this game of 2 right now. Way we rumble. See if I mean, Arrogfire can be an aggressive player, but Percival clearly trying to bring the aggression that last game. Arrogfire just did a great job of defending all the different points of harassment that were kind of brought his way, right? So did a great job of just working through those one by one and getting out the other end of what can always be a tricky situation for sure. Sorry guys, just saw an admin thing for a moment. As we do have this probe has scoured, turned around. Marine, not a Reaper on the opening this time from Percival, so not gonna go for that Reaper. Gonna mean you have a little bit less scout info, but is maybe just very happy either way. Factory coming up, the refinery coming through. And Reactor and Command Center both continuing to come online here currently. A couple of additional Marines continuing out for the moment. Yeah, a few Marines just going to come stepping through, so they are going to go after this Adept. It's going to try and chase that down, and that Adept will get away. Taking some little bits of damage, so just about escaping from any possible trouble. Seeing this few Marines stepping forward. Hellion as well. Doesn't have the Adept and the Stalker. Actually going to get chased down a little bit, so getting pushed all the way out. And down to the bottom left-hand side, so... and chased back over that. Stalker poking through. Hellion going to take a few shots. Stalker on the other side. We do lose a couple of probes. The Hellion's able to get a couple. One more Stalker warping in on the natural. Again, our Blink building on the Twilight Council as well. A couple of Marines is pulling back over towards the upper right-hand side. Knock down this set of rocks. I mean, Arrogfire going to come across with a few Stalkers. I mean, Blink is about to finish up. Only problem with the Stalkers being over here right now is that they're not at home to deal with this Medevac and a couple of Widow Mines, so... enemy 3 Stalkers can obviously micro against these Marines, as they are doing. Then let's see how well we micro while also dealing with the Widow Mine drop coming in. I fear that this Widow Mine drop is going to do a lot. It doesn't, quite frankly. Oh! Unburrows the Widow Mine. That was a mistake, because now you lose a Stalker. Nah, sorry, the Blink in was a mistake. Obviously, the Unburrow was good. We do lose one Stalker over here as well. The Blink in was just a little crazy, because, yeah, like I say, Stalker will be lost in that. The other Widow Mine didn't fire. Maybe he expected it to fire. So the Unburrow was very good from Percival because it threw off what Arrogfire was expecting to happen and played into a bad expectation in the end, so getting a little bit funky. As our army gets towards the upper right side, a few additional Stalkers warping in, the Observer starting out as well, the Raven coming through the top. Stalkers get rid of the Siege Tank, the few Marines now getting picked away at. This does not look good for Percival, who needs some defense right now. Tank is moments away from finishing. Raven comes home, going to give itself up. Drop that auto turret down. This tank is so important. Wow. Siege is in a really high up position that does not stop the Stalkers working on the natural. So, I mean, this is an issue. They can just sit here and take SCVs. Take what you're given, right? There's no need to go for the home run. If you can just get, you know, a handful of SCVs here and you're not going to lose anything in the process. Tank trying to move down to low ground. His unsiege gets caught. Percival having a disastrous game too. All going wrong. Arrogfire with a little bit of cute micro on the Warp Prism as well to keep these Stalkers that are low HP away from the Marines even when Blink was on cooldown. And now just a little bit stuck in this mineral line, but he'll stop for warping, and honestly hard to see him not seeing success. There is a new siege tank, and maybe that will be what stops Arrogfire eventually, but not before 23 workers have already gone down. So serious amounts of damage already done early on. Hard to really argue with that as Arrogfire steps up again. Siege tank gets killed. Medevac gets killed. SCVs and Marines continue to drop. 26, 27, 29 workers all falling. Make it 30. Our Stalker's going to settle down now as well as our +1 and our Stim will continue through. Again, Siege Tank and Marines on the way up. Charge on the way on the Twilight Council. A couple more Marines getting picked away at. Blink up to the high ground. Siege Tank goes down. And again, Arrogfire just slowly but surely chipping his way to victory in this opening series. Going to be a 2-0 for Arrogfire, our Purple Protoss. And he will move to the second round of competition here in WARDITV Mondays edition 19. Crazy. Next week we'll have given away $8,000 in these weekly cups. It's going to be moving through there so smoothly and awesomely. I'm going to presume Showtime and herO did get started, so they are already underway. Clem will play Arrogfire. I don't think we want to jump into that just yet, although I would kind of like to see Clem versus Showtime a young winner, I guess. So maybe we do go Clem Arrogfire and we just follow into the winner versus Showtime versus Ryong. There's going to be a lot of good matches across the board, guys. It's hard to really go wrong with the series, I guess. So maybe we do just go Clem Arrogfire and we just go from there. I actually think I like that. The other option, maybe Q versus Trigger already. But yeah, I think actually the Clem section is the one where I'm most interested in following today. So I think that's where we are going to take this. Oh. Alright, guys, I'll just run some ads because we're going to be between series, but we'll hop to Europe and go for Clem versus Arrogfire here. Get that set up for you all. Thank you so much for joining us. Love the chat on the YouTube about leaving a like. Yes, please do leave a like. It is indeed free to do so. Helps us out a whole bundle, so I appreciate that. As, yeah, we'll get Clem Arrogfire up whenever they are ready. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, guys. Nice. Clem already came through Luciano to get his first victory, so not really a challenge for Clem as our round of 16 does begin to fill out. We'll go round of 16, obviously round of 8. We will do both a best of, sorry, not best of, round of 4s as well. Why are there no Zergs? I don't know, mate. I can't control the Zerg sign up numbers. Yeah, we only have Shin in the bracket today in terms of notable Zergs, but basically, I mean, the European Zergs don't play any online tournaments right now, and then Solo seems to be, Solo kind of plays like every other week. Dark plays every now and then. Shin is like the only consistent, I suppose, in terms of top level Zerg that signs up and plays. So yeah. I'm in a tree. Did you sub? Because I feel like you weren't a sub earlier, and now you have a tier 3 sub. I just didn't see. I didn't see this happen at all. Which scamming you? Maybe. I'll probably give you a resub message if you refresh the page or something. I just thought I was going crazy because I was like, I'm sure I saw you not being a sub like 10 minutes ago. Yes, Shin is Ragnarok, guys. Yes. Shin is Ragnarok. I was just messaging Clem and saying, invite to the match and stuff. I was like, oh, good job, by the way. You beat the first boss, which was, actually checking into the event, because last week he woke up late and didn't check in. He's like, yes, that's the hardest part. And then he said, also, I see I lost my #1 seed. It was a sad face. I was like, well, I can tell you exactly what happened here. So when I was doing the seeding, I dragged herO up, and I meant to drop in at #2, but then he accidentally dropped into #1, and I was like, sure, why not? So yeah, that's why Clem is not seed number 1 today. Like, you know, hero's been doing well early. Maybe he deserves a 1 seed. I don't know how much difference being seed 1 really becomes in this. It probably just changes. For hero, usually he's seed 2 or 3. And so either he plays against MaxPax or he plays against Clem. You know, in the semifinals. That's hero every single week. That doesn't change if he's seed 1. Well, actually, no, I guess seed 1 and MaxPax is 2 and Clem's 3 or vice versa. Then yeah, I guess hero doesn't play MaxPax or Clem till the finals once. Maybe that's nice for hero. You know, maybe after 18 weeks we can justify changing the seeding up every, you know, a little bit so the bracket plays out a bit differently, you know? So yeah. Yeah, viewers have enjoyed the content but never subbed. I'm the scammed one. I appreciate it, mate. Never scammed though. Because years of watching gets us to where we are today. You avoided fees and taxes and donated Wardy in cash when you met him at home, so you can't say that on the stream. Now they're gonna come. Now they're gonna come for us. They're gonna chase down that that hard-earned cash transaction. They're gonna be asking me why I didn't take receipts. I appreciate that. You remember that one. All right. Bottom left is Team Liquid's Clem, who will be a favorite in this matchup against a young up-and-coming, also French player in Arrogfire. TVP best of 3 starts off right now in the round of 16. Winner of this plays Showtime or herO. Pretty fun match if you assume Clem wins here. Pretty fun match whoever Clem goes up against. Showtime is always a fantastic TVP for Clem to play against usually. herO would be Clem probably playing some PVT, and that's always been very fun recently too, so I think that would be very cute. Haven't seen Showtime in a tournament in a while, and chance to get some Team Hour games. Yeah, I mean, if he beats herO, we'll go straight into his matchup next, but him and herO was, to me, a great round of 16 matchup. It just already started before we came out of Arrogfire Percival. They'd already been in game for 5 to 6 minutes, so yeah. But I'm happy to see Showtime signing up as well. I think he just took some downtime. I think he took like a month or 2 away from just tournaments completely. I asked him to play in a couple of the Christmas things, and he was just like, nah, sorry, not interested. Showtime's one of those guys where, like, when he's playing, he will play anything. You know, if you invite him, he will very rarely say no. But then if he's taking a break, he will just be like, nope, I am absolutely standing by my break right now. And he's been streaming a whole bunch as well. I mean, we hosted Showtime stream a lot the last few weeks, if I'm honest. You know, he's just constantly one of the players that's online, streaming some games, being, you know, starting with some off-race, doing some Protoss laddering afterward. It's just, yeah. He's been playing, but I think he took a little tournament break. Hey, if he's back, we'll accept him, you know. We will cast all the games if that is the request. I'm okay with it, you know. I'm okay with Showtime playing our tournaments. It sounds good to me. Reaper just going to patrol. We do have our Twilight Council gate coming up. 2 Reapers and a Hellion on the way out as well. Just going to have ourselves the Reaper and the Hellion continuing towards the upper right-hand side, and they will poke around for some early damage. Meanwhile, the Hallucination is doing the scouting for Arrogfire, so that's where his information is going to come from to allow him to make some choices based on what Clem is doing, perhaps, over the next little bit. The Hellion and the Reaper gathering together. So yeah, a couple of units gather up. I mean, there's 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions, always a scary combo, but that's what the Warlock is for. This is exactly what Clem can do. You can sit out of range of most of the units here and just kind of hit the wall. And he drops a grenade down. One of the Reapers getting hit, that comes, you know, gets healed up very easily, just backs away. Another gateway will take position. As that blink comes up, the Stalkers come through, a couple of additional probes coming out. SCV, Siege Tank, Medevac, and Marines all building up as well, as Clem brings the Reaper Hellion force back around into the center and going to grab a probe right off the bat. That sentry is going to go down as well. Medevac loads up, is going to go to the upper right-hand side. Hellion punching through, the Hellion goes down, Reaper already taking shots. Hallucination still moving down the bottom. There goes the Medevac to the upper right side for the moment. He drops in here as well. We continue to chase. A couple of those Reapers still getting shook a little bit. The Mine and Marines dropping into the natural as the Stalker gets chased. Both getting hunted. What am I going to burrow up and just going to turn that onto a couple of those Stalkers right here, going back and forth. Blink and done, so that you could allow that to hit, and a Stalker will die from it. Enough Stalkers here now, and Blink available. Medevac is going to unload in the main base and try for a couple more probes. Maybe Hellion at the front, but the wall-off was good. The Stalker standing in position there, and that is a majority cleanup. I mean, 2 Marines left in the Medevac top right side. So that will be that, and the Reaper Hellion count is gone as well. You know, all said and done, we've only lost 3 probes this game, which I think from Arrogfire is pretty darn good. You know, you're facing up against Clem, one of the great multitaskers of our time, and you just surviving through is kind of huge. The Stalkers coming around. Heading down the bottom left side again, the Medevac in the top right with a couple of Marines inside hanging about as well. Probes going down, the Liberator gets set up, the Stalker's going to push that back, Liberator falls against Impact Combat Shield and +1 all building on the upgrade tabs, so we will see Clem getting powered up here. That Lib getting a few probes is just so nice. Just a bit of a hindrance to that Arrogfire economy, stop that from really getting online and running super comfortably here. There's a lot of benefits and just positives you can take from that, so that is nice as we know. I mean, this game is just settles. Arrogfire is clearly not up to doing too much on the Stalker side of the map. And Clem is going to wait for his upgrades before he really tries to make any plays. So, shouldn't really be many surprises there at all. As +1 attack and charge both continue up. The extra gates in the Robo facility coming through too. That Zealot's still coming in. And yes, Impact, Combat Shield, and +1 attack all now building. There's our charge starting up. Starting up, coming up to finish, obviously. Starting up on the side of our screen, just counting down to being completed. So we have charge available now as well. Arrogfire able to really double down on the power of his gateway force. Charge obviously does so much for you in those circumstances, so that will be a major plus, as our bioforce will be there. Stalkers are going to get pushed back a little bit. So the Stalkers get chased away. Single Marine actually going to lead the charge a little bit as well, so that's going to move out over to the other direction. And these Stalkers take a turning point there, but going straight into a siege tank, not exactly going to end well. Taking that volley is going to pretty much just suck. TLDR, I mean, there's nothing good about that, right? Any volley of tank shots onto Stalkers is never going to be a good thing, so... Well, the Stalkers just hold back, and the top right, the Medevac just hanging there as well. We'll just wait for its chance to potentially come through, show up, and to make some differences in this. Yeah, the Stalker's going to hang him around. The other Stalker's coming back over for a little bit. You see coming back online over here. And we've seen the tanks all setting up as well, so they're going to hang around. And yeah, +2 attack, extended thermal lance. Coming by for the moment as we settle into... I mean, I guess towards the mid stages of this game, right? Clem is in a good supply position. The bunker here is going to provide some good damage output against the Stalkers, and even if you do target fire down a few SCVs in this time, at least the bunker will eventually deter this while you can focus on pushing. So Clem doesn't have to turn around and make sure that that is going to be stopped. He knows eventually those Stalkers have to step away, and that's the big deal breaker, right? You know, knowing that eventually it will get cleaned up is actually good enough in this scenario as the Stalkers try and get back. One Colossus out. Is that enough splash damage? I mean, you've got to be careful with that Colossus too. You're fighting against triple tank. If they get the target fire on the Colossus, it will absolutely just plummet out the sky. Gonna get jumped on by the bio units here, but Clem does not finish it before retreating. And so the Colossus lives. Battery now healing it. Results across the map. Gonna find the bunker on the front of the natural, and this is where Clem may actually have to pay some more attention to defending back at home, because now his natural is a little bit open, although it looks as though he's got it under control for the moment. He's got to drop into the main base just a couple of those Marines coming back in from earlier in the game. Still in position to knock down the third base, and you've got to defend this right now as Arrogfire. I don't think this is a sit around and find out moment, as we're going to pull back here from Clem. He's going to let the Widow Mines do a lot of the work on the Zealots, and they really do end up doing a lot of the work, but Clem will have to lift. He will have to leave. I think the job is already done, though, for Clem. He got a few probes during this. His macro is outstanding, and hence he's up 30 army supply. And that Protoss force has been knocked down to what? An Immortal Colossus, a handful of Stalkers, and then Zealots again. So not exactly where you want to be. Stalkers out to the center. Vikings and Ghosts on the way up. Marines as well. +2 attack coming over. Medevac will boost over the left-hand side for a little longer as well. Those odds on the Colossus coming about. +1 armor coming through. Forge is going to Chrono Boost as well. You can just see the rest of the bio going to pull back a little bit. Got a couple of Ghosts spreading out here as you do have the Medevac boosting over. The Zars wouldn't mind burrows. That's up the top, still moving over again. +3 attack will stop. +1 armor's on the way as well. There goes our hallucination as our Bioforce needs to settle. Figure out what it would like to do. Actually going to load up, and we'll swap the Zealot to the left side. We'll actually unload on top of them, so we can go and play cleanup on that pretty much immediately here. And we'll start to punch through that. The Zealot's not going to do much, and obviously we're in place to threaten that 4th base. So immediately in position to do something there. +3 attack, +1 armor, still coming about. Just going to be seeing the bio is going to go after this set of rocks, so we will clear that up. Disruptor shot tries to fire, is not going to land, and now the bio will turn around and stim up this ramp. Stalker's going to take some hits. Just going to continue through the Colossus, taking some shots as well. Vikings firing through for those. A couple of sentries going to get jumped on. The EMP's coming down again. The Disruptor falls. The rest of these Zealots taking shots as well. The Vikings continue to come over. Another Disruptor shot that just doesn't quite land, as we do get another Colossus right here. And this army still stepping into position. And +3 attack upgrade now halfway done. As 2 more Disruptors and a few more Zealots make their way out as Arrogfire. Does he just have enough to hold on? 70 army supply, or it's just 70, 80 supply down in general. A lot of it was army supply. He's going to say no, cannot hold on to that. And Clem will take game number 1 of the best of 3. So Clem opens with the 1-0 advantage here. Head into game number 2 in a few moments. Hello, Ali. Ali's a little bit confused. She's locked in my room because there's people doing stuff in the house, and she's like, I don't get it. I'm never locked in here. Ah, ah. Okay, good girl. Good girl. Yeah, well, you've got water if you need a drink. I'm impressed with that statement. Alright, she's gonna go wander. Alright, guys, we're gonna go get into a Clem Arrogfire as soon as these guys are ready to play. So, we'll head into our second game. See if Arrogfire continue to stand up. MaxPax apparently took a walkover with Jumi into the round of 8. Full round of 16 is set. So herO versus Shameless. Shameless would be Milky Cow. Kyo versus Trigger. Shin versus Nice. Cool to see Nice signing up. Haven't seen him for a little while in any tournament. Classic versus Geralt. Knocking out Nicorect. Clem playing Arrogfire here, as we already saw Arrogfire take out Percival on stream earlier. Showtime still in game versus herO. MaxPax takes the walkover against Forjumi. And then Gumiho playing Creator on the very bottom, round of 16. Creator 2-1 over Lunacy. So Lunacy continuing to show up and, yeah, take some games and look kind of fun. We casted quite a bit of recently with some of the OSC stuff, so good to see Lunacy doing well there. And taking a map of Creator. Definitely a point of interest for us on the day. Ultra Love coming up. For map number 2. Readies are cold, and we're going to go straight into this, guys. We're going to kick this off. Alright, so Clem, Arrogfire, game 2 of this best of 3, and we are just, again, working through all best of 3s today until our grand final, which is best of 5, as we do every Monday. Nothing has changed from the last 19 weeks. Format works, we stick with it. Alright, let's do this. In the top right-hand side of the map, our blue Terran player from Team Liquid. This is Clem. He is up a game in this best of 3, taking on the red Rhodos player. In the bottom left corner of the map, we have Arrogfire. Do 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 do. So game number 2 coming up as we settle into this and we see where we will go. Probe guns across the maps, just going to journey over Arrogfire looking for some early scouting to begin with. So just going to try and see if there's anything we got going on over there for a few early moments. RTV going to go chasing the probe for a couple of moments. So again, we make a bit of a move around. Just for now. And the Reaper out will knock that probe down. And that will be the end of that, so that part will fall. Reaper comes across the map again, CC coming through, the reactor coming up. Reaper heads into the natural as the Twilight Council and Nexus. On the way from Arrogfire, is just going to head up into the Twilight Council. Clem building his CC in the main base, does not want to worry himself with any of the early harassment, such as that Adept, which is moving across the map already. He doesn't have to worry about that at all here. Does not find himself a probe, despite a bunch of probes being low. Finally, we get ourselves a second kill of the game on this Reaper. Obviously, first one came across the map playing against that probe in the main. So first aggressive kill. As Reaper will just continue to slide about. There's the Adept over here. That's what I mean. Not having to deal with anything on the low ground because, well, the Reaper is, your Adept is going to be stuck on the wall off. Clem just doesn't have to think about moving units down, handling a delayed CC or anything like that. And like I said, the correct call, because Arrogfire did send that Adept across the map. And it meant that Clem could keep his Reaper here and try and find some damage, which in the end was, some lost mining time. A probe kill. It was something maybe honestly could have had more with how close a couple of them were. Handful of Marines making their way across. They're going to come over here to see what's going on, see if they can get involved. As we do have our robo facility coming along with Blink about halfway done. If Clem's going to attack, you want to go in before Blink with this group of units. Blink is going to make the defense that much simpler from Arrogfire as the Cyclone locks and the Stalker's already taken some damage. It's going to continue to chase in. The medevac with reinforcing units, the tank included. It's going to be a rough one. This map has a lot of good positions for the tank to siege in. The tank gets siege right now. The Stalkers get pushed up the ramp. We will see one Stalker going down, second Stalker, third Stalker going down. My goodness. You can see a few probes continue to get pulled in right now. The medevac going to go boosting back. Another Stalker falls. A few more probes dropping. Viking lands as well. now the rest of the probes go down. Arrogfire just dies, unfortunately, and you see the blink counting down, and but warping in a Zealot is not exactly going to be the answer here. Clem takes it, GG's. Clem 2, Arrogfire 0. He moves to the next round to play the winner of Showtime and herO, which is still ongoing. Maybe we'll hop to NA and see if we can get something of an update there. I'll see how far through it is. They were in game 1, what, like, they were 6 minutes into game 1, like 15 minutes ago, I would say. So maybe we can make a guesstimate of... Okay, they're 8 minutes into the game right now, so they're probably in game 2. So yeah, we'll wait for an update there. Clem advances to the round of 8. And like I said, we're probably just going to follow into that more than anything else, I would guess. Alright, so yeah, we're basically just gonna wait for the Showtime game. I'm just gonna check a couple of other streams. See who else is about. Jin is up a game versus Nice right now. That's happening on Rex's channel if you guys want to go watch that. Yeah, Shin up a map representing Zerg today. And he wins that. The winner of that plays Classic or Geralt, which is also a fun PvP currently ongoing. No guarantees who comes out of that one alive. Yeah, that's about all that's going on right now, guys. We'll give you more updates, but there's actually not a lot of streamers online today. Everyone heard there was a Monday European Cup again, so they're just like, alright, Wardy, we're gonna ditch you. They really did. They're out of here, guys. They are gone. Alright, that's all good. We will take a few moments and, like I said, we're waiting for Showtime or herO to finish the winner. We'll play against Clem. So we'll either get into game 3 of Showtime herO, or we will go into the winner versus Clem, is where we're at, guys. So we'll just wait for that. If we're in game 10 minutes, obviously it's possible it can still go on another 5 to 10, but you know, very likely we are towards the closer end of that finishing, so it shouldn't be a super bad wait. So we will just, like I say, wait on that for the moment, and like I say, go from there when we get the chance very soon. Fingers crossed. Again, hope you're all doing great. I've had a good weekend. Yeah, everyone just on game, guys, so just reading through a couple of things. How did the Poketoni go? Did we slap? Not really, mate. I had a pretty good start as 2-1, and then my deck just stopped working. Didn't get to play much again. Happens, though. It was kind of sad, because I think it was a pretty good deck for the weekend, just... wasn't meant to be. It wasn't meant to be. kept getting stuck and my opponents never got stuck. Where was it? It was in Birmingham. Like a 3-hour drive. Nice and close. Oh. Did Lethal come out? No. I told this guy about it, like, back at Home Story. He's like, didn't even want to meet up. What a guy. What a guy. Alright guys, so just keeping an eye on some games, double checking some scores. herO did win against Shameless, so he's in the round of 8 now as well. So 3 players in the round of 8, but none with opponents just yet. Typically, they just came out of game, but I was about to say typically we're waiting on Showtime real, and I was like, they'll probably not be too long, and now they're 17 minutes in game. But they just came out of games, so if they go in game again, I'm pretty sure that would be a game 3 between those guys. Rio just hopped into a replay. Might be a pretty telling sign that Showtime got the win. And a game, go back in a replay. To me, that says that you lost, but... And that is true. It was actually 3 games already, so that was already into a game 3. We're going to get Clem versus Showtime up next in the round of 8. At the same time, Gumiho just finished up his series. He's now going to be, after 2-0 in Creator, taking on MaxPax in the round of 8. So this bottom side of the bracket is set to go. Clem versus Showtime, MaxPax versus Gumiho. Winners match each other in the semifinals. I'm pretty much just going to run straight into this, guys. So yeah, we'll go for Clem versus Showtime in the round of 8. We might just end up sticking on Europe for the winner versus MaxPax. Unless Gumiho can pull a bit of an upset off there. The top side of the bracket is currently herO waiting for the winner of Cure versus Trigger, and then Shin versus Nice and Classic versus Geralt is where everyone is at. Ellie is having a little stare at me. Let's see if I can catch her on cam while she's... doesn't realize it. Oh, she's looked away, but she's still over there. Look at her. Just like, wait, what? What's going on? Hey, baby. Hi. You're not sure what's going on, Ellie? Like, I'm so confused. Why am I locked in this room? Alright, you guys can have Ellie cam while we wait for Clem and Showtime to do some videos. Unless she moves. Or if she lies down, you probably won't see her as well, but... She wants to watch TV? I don't know if she does want to watch TV. I don't know if she's much of a TV fan. I have literal buckets of sweets. That's called Christmas presents. Because no one knows what to get anyone for Christmas apart from buckets of sweets apparently nowadays. Oh. Ellie! Ellie! Ellie, stop licking your paw! Ay, ay, ay. Now she's getting herself in trouble. I swear down, she acts herself when she's on camera. She knows. She knows. Anyways, guess you guys can have Ellie Cam for a few moments from here while we just wait for Showtime and Clem. A few more videos, I imagine, and they will be good to go. So probably just a few minutes. But probably not even a few minutes, probably just a minute or two, I would guess. Depends if one player is AFK before veto or not. That part we can't really guess, I suppose. Yeah, usually we don't have Ellie Cam because usually she's only ever in here when she wants to steal my food. But like I say, today she's locked in here with me. She can't go out because again, some house work done. So yeah, that PS5 on the ground with all the dog hair, elevate it. Honestly, that PS5's not been turned on for like a year and a half, so it probably isn't going to make much difference. Actually, we don't get a lot of dog hair in this room because Ellie doesn't really come. If she comes in this room, she usually comes into the half of it that I'm sat in. She doesn't really actually go over there at all. She very rarely goes over there, so. How old is she now? She's like 3.5. She's chilling. She's gone into incognito mode. She's gonna go hide. Have a little nap. Alright, guys. It looks like Clem has just changed screens, which means they are about a host, so get this started in a few moments. Classic has defeated Geralt as well, so that's another portion of the round of 8 filling out. So Classic is waiting for Shin and Nice. That's still going on. That's been going on a little while. That is on Rex's stream, so we can actually have a quick peek at that. They're about 70 minutes into a game. Shin and Nice about 190 supply each. Carrier, it's on Neon Violet Square. This might be a long one. As Nice has Mothership, Tempest, Void Rays, Archons, all the fun stuff, and he's playing against Lurker, Infesta, Hydra, and Viper. So it's really already at a late game situation. The only problem for Nice is that he's on 4 bases, and he might struggle to get out of 4 bases because of the position that Shin has. So that is an interesting match going on, like I said, on Rex's channel if you guys are interested in the ZVP of of Shin and Nice. That was currently ongoing. So yeah, that is currently happening. It's a nice party room. Not a party room. It's just my office, you know. On this side we work and we have stuff on the walls to make the background look pretty, and on that side I have a couch and a TV. You know. So yeah. Hey, it's a nice room, don't get me wrong. It's just, you know, I do use 60% of it as a studio workplace, so I honestly, I really don't use the couch and the TV very much. I really don't. If I watch TV, I don't usually watch it in here. There's mostly a TV for like playing consoles on, but turns out I'm not much of a console gamer. Who would have guessed? Hey, when GTA 6 comes out. Nothing else really grabs my interest to go and play, you know? Alright, we're going to be going to ley lines here for our opening game of this best of 3 between Clem and Showtime. When was the last time Clem and Showtime played each other? I'm going to guess they played sometime early December. Have a look. Clem and Showtime played... The last time they played was early November in the WARDITV PTR tournament finals. In fact, Clem is on a massive winning streak against Showtime, which It's crazy because I feel like Showtime was always one of the competitors with Clem that always made it look close. But right now, Clem, 3-1, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 3-0, 3-2, 2-0, 3-1, 2-0, 3-0, 2-0, 2-1, and then he lost back in July of 2023. So you have to go back a year and a half and 13 series to find the last time that Showtime came out victorious. So let that set the scene going into this best of 3, as in the bottom left-hand corner, our blue Terran player from Team Liquid, this is Clem. On the top right-hand side, our red Protoss player is going to be Showtime. You love Clem Showtime. Remember a draw they had in Austin? Yeah, they had a... Was it a draw? It was a draw in Valencia as well, right? They've had some good matches over the times. Obviously, Clem really elevated himself to that next level. I always felt like Showtime could compete with Clem. Like I say, to me, I'm shocked Showtime's lost so many times in a row. It's been that long since he's beaten Clem. To me, that is very surprising, because I think Showtime has honestly been always one of the guys that really can step up and take Clem on and challenge him and play some longer games if needed and do well there. As the probe drops a Nexus down, just going to get that into position. The the orbital command, Marine continuing through. Cybercore going to go in down on the corner, and we'll just see the Nexus still building here from Showtime as well. So again, all of that up and rolling for the next few moments. And away we go. Again, probe going to come moving through for a couple of seconds as we have the Nexus dropping into place, getting that underway. I'm expecting an opening here. That's probably going to be Showtime playing a little bit of defense and Clem poking about a little bit and trying to find some openings. I mean, that's the typical Clem Showtime style, right? Clem's the aggressor, Showtime is the defender. Those are the roles that these two naturally fill when they play, just in general, never mind against each other. As this Marine just sits back at home from Clem, so going no, Reaper is not looking for a scout here early. Showtime will be looking for an early scout, has the sentry already about to finish, so you'll have hallucinations available right from the very start of this game, and we'll be able to start utilizing those in those early stages as well. As that probe just builds up on the Nexus, and the starport and the orbital continue to come over, it wouldn't mind an extra Marines coming about as well. As that probe popping, and just have ourselves the hallucination scouting on the other side, going to get turned around by Marines. And like I say, Clem is completely blind right now, so he does not see anything. I mean, a lot of the time nowadays, you're assuming a blink opener. And that's pretty much going to be the case here as well, where Clem kind of assumes that this is going to be blink. And by assuming that this is going to be blink, he's going to be correct, and he's not going to get punished for just Widowmine Marine dropping across the map, because his drop will arrive before blink is ready. So he will just get across there and be able to put some pressure on. Blink is halfway done. Just going to have our starport lifting off, going to relocate to a tech lab, and the medevac already beginning to boost out onto the maps. Just actually the double Widowmine drops. 2 Widowmines across the map. Like I say, no Phoenix or anything to shut those down completely. As the hallucination scouts in, we'll see the tech lab now on the starport. Can assume a Raven, and can assume probably with the timing of it all, there was already something popped out of that starport as well, and so preparations at home should begin again. Showtime, one of the better defensive Protoss players, and should not really be caught off guard by a typical just 2 Widowmine drop initially. So in we go, as our Widowmine sets up. Second Widowmine burrows. Goes with that first Widowmine, first probe very quickly. The second Widowmine will fire. I mean, the good news is because the first Widowmine was so quick to shoot, the second Widowmine firing really does kind of get abandoned. So at least you get one of those Widowmines, but obviously you'd always like to just make this to, not be a factor anymore, and already kind of just wash your hands with this medevac drop. Instead, now it sits there lingering on the edge of your base and threatening the idea of moving forward. Stimpack and +1 both building up for Clem. Marauder, Marines, and SCVs. Refinery also building up on the side of Clem. So, yeah, just upgrades all coming through here. Clem getting going. That robot base starting from Showtime and the charge upgrade coming through. He's his next steps coming in without too many surprises here initially. And that reactor still building up on the starport. So we get that all moving on through. A couple stalkers going to hang about. We do have our forge and our robot bay continuing to come online. The observer obviously going to be some good vision creating. Clem boosts the medevac. It's an interesting choice. Boosts the medevac, doesn't actually do much else with it just yet. Against impact, combat shield, and +1, all continue to come out here. The stalkers gather up at the front. The stalkers are now going to come across, and the Raven going to take a couple of hits. Probe will go down. It's going to be seeing the auto turret getting cleaned out, and now we have ourselves the other few stalkers still sitting out towards the center. Bioforce coming over, just gathering together against impact, combat shield, +1 attack. All finishing very soon as our bio units take a step forward. Stalkers are going to get turned the other way. 5 additional gateways coming up now from Showtime. So we get all of that started. The bio trying to come around. The Stalkers have to blink once again. Blinking back for the moment. The bio still trying to get there. Stalkers still being chased. And to go back and forth again. +1 attack. Extended thermal lance coming now. Concussive shells. Building on the side of Clem. There's the Colossus that gets warped in too. Stalkers come back the other way. Everything is gathering as our medevacs pull back from the top. Marine tank gonna regather. Back to the middle. Still got this medevac. He keeps boosting it. I wonder if there's just the fear that's spun in. He's boosted that multiple times, right? Like, it keeps happening. I wonder if it's just like it tries to catch Showtime. Showtime sees the boost and then he has to be super worried about it for a moment. I don't know. I might just ask Clem, to be honest. This interests me. A couple of Wooded Mines trying to line up, but he actually has to kite away from those mines. Good force field's going to trap a bunch of the units as well. Showtime has access to get rid of the siege tanks here. The Wooded Mine's gone down as well after firing. They will not get a fire again, and 2 Colossus living through this. Now about to have their extended thermal lance. Their upgrade going to go a long way to keep them so much safer in the future. As we actually see Showtime stepping forward right here. A lot of these units not healed up, and they get hurt even further by choosing to stim to get the heck away because they're caught off guard by that army movement of Showtime. And Showtime winning a couple of duels right there. And that's a great start. Back at home, Clem just burrowing up Wooded Mines defensively. More importantly, though, Vikings and Ghosts on the way out. So getting into all of the tech units, which are likely going to help him in these later stages. Vikings needed against the Colossus. Ghosts needed against everything. They are just great units to have in TVP, obviously. And he is sacrificing 2-2 upgrades immediately, potentially, to kind of do this, right? His armory's a little bit later than it maybe could have been. And that's just the investment of a Ghost Academy. Vikings and Ghosts all coming out. It's not cheap. Usually you can't afford to go into 2-2 at the same time as that straight away. So it is kind of that kind of choice to cut the 2-2 a little bit and to kind of delay that armory somewhat, purposefully a lot of the time. To then say, okay, right, let's delay 2-2 a little, and then we can get the tech up, and then we can get the upgrades going again. You can see Clem's not struggled, even though the armory's still not done. You might just say, well, is that not a late armory? Not really, because he's absolutely been able to spend the gas until now. So if the armory was any earlier, he would have had to sacrifice tech to be able to afford the 2-2 upgrades instead. So I absolutely think that Clem knows what's up here, and I think he knows what he's doing in terms of those build timings. His Sensor Tower set up as well. Natural and third base are very ready to just say, okay, I can play defense too. I can sit back and let you try and do the things and just handle those and to develop this game into a much better spot for myself. And he will absolutely try and take on that challenge if he feels he needs to. I mean, Clem is already having a 4th CC finishing, so it will be about moving that into position and obviously taking his army into a position where that 4th base can become applicable as well. Medevac will, what's he sitting there? It's an F2 boost, do you think? Maybe it is. I was trying to check the cooldown of the other medevacs at the same time. Maybe I'll go back and look at it before I ask him. Maybe it's just an F2 boost. Next time that he boosts, I'm gonna go and see if this medevac also boosted. It's just weird to have that medevac hotkeyed with other medevacs, because then you're likely just gonna mess up and pull it in the wrong place, you know? I wouldn't be surprised if this medevac wasn't hotkeyed at all for Clem right now, and that's just gonna be a manual control when he decides to use it. Which is, you know, obviously then I could understand F2. Everything else, though, probably not. That was not a good disruptor shot as Showtime blows up his own zealots in the front line. That's not going to help you. Now the Vikings taking some shots off the Stalkers. Clem's still trying to press down this ramp, and of course pressing down the ramp is not going to be easily done. Medevac lingers out to that right-hand side. Two Dark Shrines on the way from Showtime, so I think he's getting a little bit caught up in the moment. Realizes it cancels one though, and so yeah, just realizing the mistake. Showtime needs to try and get back on track here. Currently, Stalker's going to be there. Command Center taking some shots, going to get cancelled already. Going to scan out, just going to see a couple of disruptor shots going through as well. Still trying to also get involved here currently. I mean, Widowmine's going to try and help out too. Hey, the Widowmine drop came in. He's going to go for a single probe. So one probe going down off said Widowmine drop. And they continue downwards. Missile turret going to take a couple of shots. The disruptor shot is good for 2 Widowmines. Another disruptor shot not quite going to make it. Zealots are going to charge on up. The extended thermal lands those Colossus, putting some work in. Disruptor shots coming through as well. The Bio still going across. The EMP is going down. Zealot Stalkers getting, or Zealots and Sentries getting hit. The Stalkers coming over as well. Trying to jump on top of those medevacs again. Yeah, another warp in the Stalkers is now come down this left-hand side. Missile turret gonna get shot at. A couple of Zealots getting jumped on. Disruptor shot gonna go in between everything. Trying to keep this pressure up, and of course, Clem. The danger right now is that Showtime's right on his front door. If you mess up against disruptor shot, Showtime's going to continue through. He's going to jump your reinforcements. He's going to make life very, very difficult for you. So there's not really a lot of room for error right now because of the position that Showtime's in. Same can be said for Showtime. You mess up one moment, you don't get the disruptor shots off, and Clem can collapse on you full force because his entire army will have been reinforced over the last few moments. There's not going to be a save because it's like, well, it's my side of the map. He doesn't really have a great warping point here either. Just the Prism, which could get shot down before too much aid comes about. Again, Zarana disruptors are beginning to connect for the moment. Another disruptor shot fires across. +3 armor, +1 shields coming through. Have that bio unit still sitting around there. The Vikings getting shot. The Stalker's going to go after said Vikings. Bio going to find a disruptor, and again, a couple of disruptor shots coming around the sides. 6 more Zealots getting warped in. Once again, the Shadow Stride and +3 armor comes online. Go again, a couple of disruptor shots firing through. The Zealot's going to be there. Bio just got the back, so he's just going to lift off and relocate a little bit. I mean, again, Showtime showing us the benefits of pushing yourself into this position between the bases and holding this position for so long. Disruptor goes down though, and this is the scary part. You start losing tech units, everything goes wrong. That Disruptor dies as well. The losses now starting to fall to the Vikings. I can't help but feel that this is about to turn into Clem's favor. The Zealot numbers are still good, but now you just have to kite those, right? Like, there's an answer for Clem here in terms of what you do next, and at first that's just kiting backwards, let the Zealots keep running into you. You know, once the splash damage is gone, it becomes so much easier for Clem to just navigate these fights and to find good ways around. the engagements that are being forced upon him or what he is feeling forced to take. During all of this, Showtime is becoming steadily richer. 4,000 minerals banked up currently. A whole ton of gas in the bank as well. Just the chip weapons coming through. The bio going to get there. Observer goes down, I believe, or his nation does at least. Just going to see the main Protoss army. He's actually going to jump on Clem, who's a little bit drawn out here. Uses the Disruptor to force the main force away to the left side a bit further. Loses the Prism Showtime, but I kind of like the jump. Like I say, you zone the main chunk units out to the left. You jump on the units that are kind of lagging behind. Going to re-engage here right now as the Zealots are going to go for this. They're going to chase straight through, and they do enough Disruptor shot to help to disengage, as we do end up turning and running that as Showtime. But he takes a supply lead in this game, and again, that's Clem, who has not got a bank of money. He's just working with whatever resource he can find per minute at the moment off the mining that he holds. Stalkers will get here. Command Center will go down. Still got the 2 Colossus building as well. Add a shields upgrade to that also. And a Bio Viking force will continue to move across. Medevac still also on a move right now as well. Here's our Zealot Stalker Disruptor Colossus force coming about around the left-hand side. Going to walk into this natural Clem, and again, this is great because you can zone the reinforcements potentially, and at the same time, Clem has got to drop to the top side, EMPing this base to stop the potential recall, so already ahead of the possibilities of his opponent handling this. Getting up the ramp, and it's already walled off, is going to be difficult as the bio turns back around. Stalkers, Colossus, Disruptors all going to be there. Another couple of Disruptor shots coming through, bio getting hit big time. Medevac's going to begin to heal up. The Zealots are still chasing forward. Stalkers and the Colossus are two going to be there as well. Max is about to complete the +3 ship weapons. Building on the armory on the bottom side. Our Stalkers and the DTs together. Going to be there to hit the planetary fortress also. Medevacs load up. They're going to peel down to that bottom right hand side. Still a lot of units on the left here from Showtime making their way across. Stepping through. Vikings going to get there. Colossus going to take a bunch of damage. Vikings doing their job. I mean, Clem is he winning out on the ground? Stalkers, if they get over, honestly, Stalker damage might help a lot against the few bio units that are remaining currently. Showtime is again going to end up backing off, but with a 40 supply lead. It's in again now. Vikings still in the sky. Medevacs and bio units joining up together. The rest of this army moves out around the left. Going to see our Zealots charging through for a few SCVs. Another Disruptor shot coming in. The Bioforce coming back onto the Stalkers here. Clem is continuing to struggle as Showtime just says, cool, I can find my way in toward another base. He's never going to kill the planetary here though, but you can always blink away should trouble become a bit too much. Oh, Showtime the second time in this game where Disruptor has killed many Zealots completely unnecessarily. Shots going around everywhere. The Vikings going to try for that Colossus. Colossus is going to go down. The Zealots chasing the Marauders. The rest of the bio on the left-hand side coming across as well. The Stalker's getting underneath. The Medevac's still getting hunted down. The Zealots are going to go jumping onto the mineral line, and SCVs are going to fall, but the Disruptor's reinforcing now, showing up and forcing a bunch of these units away. Unfortunately, a few Zealots of Showtime getting caught up in amongst this. He's still pushing the right side. He's finally going to break through this planetary fortress, and Clem has to say GG. Showtime takes his first game over Clem, and we sit in upset territory. Based on recent results, Showtime, yeah, the game is not the expectation. Alright, so we are going to take a few moments and jump into King's Cove, map number 2. Oh god, exciting second map as well. Alright, well, Showtime takes the lead. Really loved what he just did, which was take control of the map, expand during that time as well. Nicely done. Alright, we're going to count down into this momentarily. We're just missing Clem, believe it or not. Some of the results, guys. Shin is up a game against Classic in a round of 8 series. So Shin Classic is 1-0 to Shin right now. herO is playing Cure, who beat Trigger 2-1. We already mentioned what was happening in the bottom sides of the quarterfinals, which is where Clem and Showtime are playing. The winner of this plays MaxPax or Gumiho. That's where things stand at the moment. And of course, after this, we'll have both semifinals and grand finals coming up for you guys as well. Thank you, XEYCX. 3-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. You guys are enjoying the stream today. Consider using that Prime sub. Look at us, 729. We dropped off a little bit over the weekend while I was gone. Let's try and push back up towards 800. If you've got some Prime subs available, always appreciate it. Clem is not back yet, so a couple moments and we'll get this series ready to resume. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Do 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 do. Alright, let's go into game number 2. King's Cove, big map. Could be a big game. As we have to the top left, our red Protoss player. This is Showtime. He's leading this series 1-0. In the best of 3. Bottom right, our blue Terran from Team Liquid. It is Clem. Game 2, going into King's Cove. See what the plan will become here as you get this one up and rolling. So happy to see you streaming on YouTube. Now you can finally watch SC2 again. Yeah, we've been streaming on YouTube for a while. Pretty much everything since like October last year. I think we've streamed everything since October last year on YouTube. We've not. We had one day we had to turn the YouTube stream off because I had to go up to my backup internet and it couldn't handle Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, we stream on both nowadays, so if you prefer YouTube, you can watch over there as well. Make sure to leave a like, make sure you leave a YouTube sub. Love to try and hit 50,000 YouTube subscribers this year. It's a little bit of a challenge, definitely something we're probably going to have to push for a little bit, but I think very doable. So yeah, enjoying the YouTube stream over there. Hit like, hit subscribe, helps us out a bunch. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. I've just been following this probe, but not really much else going on just yet. It's about to change with the Reaper arriving. We will see the first probe start to take some damage. Moves about again, just going to be seeing a couple Reapers and Hellion coming through. The Reaper is going to be there, hitting this probe, taking that probe down. That probe will fall. A Stalker and Warp Gate and probes and battery all building on the side of Showtime as well. So continue bringing that through. Reaper continues to sit in the center. Reapers, the Hellion continue to come stepping across. Just going to see the Adept and the Stalker going to be there. Reaper could take a few hits. Reapers and Hellion's going to punch to the front. The Adept will take some damage. Stalker going to get rid of 2 Reapers already. Good defense so far from Showtime. Let's see if we can minimize the worker losses. I think we get rid of 1 Hellion right now. And this is going to be what, like 4 workers max? Yeah, 3 workers. This seems okay to me. You don't lose any units otherwise. You know, it's not like you lost units and then lost 4 probes on top of it overall in the game. 2 Hellions and 3 Reapers is not, nothing. It is an early game investment. Those are your early units and gas spent from Clem, so I kind of like it for Showtime. Like, yes, some lost workers, but also minimize lost mine time. He didn't pull an entire mineral line away from mining to protect this, which I think says a lot as well, right? Being able to mine with everything apart from those 3 or 4 probes that you pulled means that it's a lot less damage taken than what you sometimes see in these scenarios as well. This nation just gonna fly straight into the main base. Each tank popping out and medevac boosting as well. It's gonna be 2 tanks, group of marines, and that is gonna be the opportunity for Clem to push across the map. Showtime knows about it. Seen that medevac lifting up the siege tank as well, so knows exactly what's coming his way. And with that information, Showtime, hopefully, yeah, is gonna make some good choices. As the medevac goes overhead, the marine tank comes on the ground. Heading to the top left here for the moment. Still pulling back. Actually going to get rid of 1 Stalker straight away. Sentry taking damage 2. A couple of shots coming about right the way there. Now just going to be getting those tanks still moving up to the high ground. Marines and the Viking together. Going to hit this Nexus. Going to start hitting that pylon. Tanks will continue to siege. Pylon does indeed go down. Showtime pops the Guardian Shield and will start to work his way forward into this. Difficult to reach the Immortals. The Siege Tanks though. The Immortal will go down. Stalkers blink through for the Siege Tanks, but quite late. I mean, they can continue to go for some Marines. We'll blink again. Got about, what, 8 Marines, a Viking left over, and then the reinforcing the siege tank is going to be a whole new problem. So now you have to go through the same thing again to try and knock this tank down a second time. The Stalker stopping some reinforcements is nice, but yeah, we just got to go right now. We are right-clicked onto the Nexus. Showtime will force Clem to give up everything to get this Nexus kill. Obviously loses a few more units trying to play the cleanup game, though, so not exactly super simple. As the Viking will go down. The Marine will go down. And in fact, boosting through the top. Again, another Immortal coming over. The Observer still coming over. Sentry's coming through as well. They get gathered in between the bases. Fire gathers, concussive shells, charge, continue to come up as well. I'm just coming across the map with his next round of units, and that's going to be a tough one for Showtime. I feel like he lost a lot trying to defend a 3rd base that did not survive. Double expanding here may save the high ground base, but the 4th is obviously in trouble as Clem turns his attention straight to it. And I mean, you can't actually come down because of the force fields that you yourself have put in place now as well. Clem will keep pushing up, and he's going to get 1 Immortal. He's going to get a Sentry, a Stalker. Battery is going to finish. Maybe Clem does have to turn around, but like I said, I think Showtime's already done a lot. Showtime might be saved by the map, and the fact that obviously reinforcement distance here on King's Cove is quite long, but we lose another Immortal, so I'm trying to somewhat defend Showtime's position every moment that passes by. Makes me seem more and more silly for trying to do so. More bio gathers medevacs. One of mine's joined up as well. Both medevacs are now load up, and they're going to go boost over to that left-hand side. Across they go, ready to go into the natural in a few moments. Stalkers playing straight underneath. This doesn't have the numbers, right? I mean, losing Stalkers after this unit, or these units start to drop off, is obviously not ideal. GG's. And we are going to be tied up. Clem Showtime going to go to all 3 games. As herO has 2-0'd Cure, he'll play Shin or Classic in the top semi-final. So that part is decided as well. Alright, we're going to go into El Dorado. Final map of this series. I think it to be some pretty great matches. So Shin playing Classic. The scoreline on that one right now is, I think 1-1. I think they're going to a game 3. So Shin Classic, winner plays herO. And then Clem Showtime, winner plays MaxPax Gumiho. Getting some game 3s out of these series as well. Love it. Alright, let's get this ready to go. Thanks for joining us, guys. Appreciate you all tuning in. We've got some good viewership already here. But a round of 8 today. I mean, Clem Showtime is always a banger. Well, honestly, to me, is always a banger. If I hear Clem Showtime, or I see Clem Showtime in a bracket, that's a series I'm always going to try and get into, because I just always think it's so good. And so far, not really been wrong. As in the bottom left, our blue Terran player from Team Liquid is Clem. He takes on the red Protoss. In the bottom right corner of the map, we have Showtime. Game 3 of the best of 3. Getting the Simulator coming through, racks and the gas coming online. Refinery about to finish up, just maybe seeing the probe coming down the low ground for a few moments, coming across. Just comes back through again. Orbital Reaper coming up. Cybercore's on the way in. Got settled for a couple of moments. Factory drops it down into place. Get that started up. Yeah, Reaper coming through. Factory on the way out. Probe coming over here from Showtime, moving about a little bit as well currently as we just settle down for these next few moments. Comes across, jumps into the assimilator. The Reaper of Clem is going to stay on the move as well. And just going to patrol out the front as the Factory and the Reaper continue into play. Command Center SCV in production. Starport building from Showtime. Sorry, Stargate building from Showtime. And that is a switch up going to Stargate, which is definitely seen as the less popular choice at the moment in terms of how we build and how we open and so on. Two Reapers together from Clem. We'll see if they can find much here. Probe coming back over. Stargate is about to finish from Showtime. Again, just going to be having our units coming back around as the probe comes over. The Reaper's going to be there. Jump onto that probe immediately. Hellion joins up. Honestly, 2 Adepts do a lot of damage right away when these Reapers try and get in. Drop a grenade in an attempt to blast the Adepts out of the way a little bit. Not quite happening. The Adepts going to shade back after the Reapers. We're going to get 1 Reaper. It's important to get rid of the Hellion because obviously the splash damage that provides is huge. 3 Workers go down, which is probably not bad for 2 Reapers and a Hellion. The Adepts all pull back, and you get all the way in for the Scout. So you see the Stargate, you now know it's Phoenix production, that's not going to be hidden from you. There's no point in Showtime, hanging back with that and just waiting for the Widow Mine drop to arrive, because now Clem won't send the Widow Mine drop across the map. So that is definitely a factor as well. My shot is good to hit the Adept at the front. A couple of Marines going to hit that Phoenix also. Cyclone popping out again. There go the Adepts heading through toward the center of the map for a moment or so. The Bio Marines and a Cyclone coming around the left side. The Cyclone going to lock on. The Phoenix going to take a few shots. So Phoenix taking some damage. Medevac already. The Marines and the Cyclone already helping out with that as well. Just going to have the Phoenix and the Adepts still making their way down to the bottom right. Portal just Chrono boosting off the Robo facility, and again, that is a pylon probe all gathering up currently. The Mortal and the Phoenix continue to come around, and again, the Gateway coming up as we speak. All the probes still coming in. I mean, Showtime just getting ready to drop that 3rd base down. We'll see what happens with that as that Nexus drops straight into position. Viking Marines and the Siege Tank all on the way up as well, having the Adept hold out in the center of the map also. On that watchtower, keeping an eye on anything that might be moving nearby. The Phoenix will gather, and the Phoenix will advance across to the left-hand side. Away they go. So scary, because, well, I was thinking about the Cyclone damage, but actually came in, lifted the Cyclone. Pretty good retreat, honestly, from Showtime. Lifted the Cyclone. Got a Viking or so, and actually gets out of there without losing the Phoenix. Yeah, has to pull back one more time to deal with the Cyclone again, but some hurt Phoenix, sure, but actually gets out of there without issue. Now the Observer going to spot the rest of the army coming this way. Showtime's, base is on the bottom side of the map. Clem is pushing the top. So I guess a little bit interesting is the Phoenix are going to come through again. Gets another Viking, gets the Cyclone, loses 1 Phoenix, however. Now going to aim for the Medevac, which will be low. No SCVs with this shove. So no repairs available as Showtime realizes Clem really is committed to the top portion of the map. Pushing into the natural here perhaps. And Medevac still low, remember, as the Colossus on the way out. Chrono boosting at the moment, not ready yet. Couple of force fields to help us out here. Going to push forward again, utilizing the Phoenix with a battery to help. Does just lose that Phoenix anyway, so wasted a bit of battery energy for Phoenix that does not survive. Showtime having to figure out this critical breakout. You don't break out of this right here, and the series is over for you. You're going to have the Colossus, which is going to help a lot against the Marines. The Marines melting. Now stepping forward with everything else. We can lift up the Siege Tank. They are going to just drop. Tell you what, the Phoenix, though, are dying very quickly as well. Got to be careful at the end of this, because remember, the Colossus is not exactly a fan of seeing the Vikings either. As Showtime pushes Clem away. Twilight Council and Forge continue to come online. Stimpack and +1 coming up from Clem too. Marines and a Viking still being added. The Stalkers will be there, pushing the Vikings again back to the center of the map for a few more moments. Continue to gather in. 3rd Command Center will begin to build. Stalker's going to get 1 Viking again. The rest of these just go back and forth. Clem is going to get sieged with the 2 tanks here again. Upgrades continuing through. actually see Stimpack finish now as well. Now that Robo, it's not powered by anything else, is that 1 pylon going down is going to stop the Robo production. Yeah, that's a real shame. Slowing down the Robo facility is going to be critical. Any units out of there would have obviously continue to help Showtime in a big way. We'll repower it, just obviously slow it down by a significant period. 20 seconds is a lot when you kind of fighting for your life. I mean, third base mining comfortably, fourth base on the way up on the gold base. Showtime is taking advantage of Clem being on the top side of the map and focusing here. Widowmine's going to get lifted up, and yeah, Phoenix absolutely doing that thing as well. There's not a lot of them left, but they get a couple of Widowmines, slow down some of that tech and splash damage, adding up from your opponent. I mean, one of the better things you can do with the Phoenix right now, I reckon, is something along the lines of that. This is not so pretty, but then again, we're going to fight this Terran army. Has Clem got the jump on this? Does he have a Phoenix left? Yes, he does. The Medivac with the 2 siege tanks inside of it goes down. And Showtime getting a grab on this army towards his own gold base initially. We are going to see the Zealot Stalker Colossus coming back over. +1 attack coming up. It's going to be seeing the armor upgrade coming through. Marine Marauder, Medivac, Widowmine still coming about. As the army of Clem pulls back over now. Toward the left-hand side a little bit. Ghost Academy coming up about halfway done. The rest of the Zealots coming over. Phoenix going to be there hitting the Medivac. Showtime might lose his last Phoenix now as, again, playing the bottom side of this map is going to be well set up. Why aren't those probes transferring to the left side minerals? Kind of weird, no? Finally they are, but took them a little while to decide to make that move across. Observers will go down, so both of those will fall. +2 and Blink still on the way up from Showtime. A couple Vikings, Marine, and the armor upgrade coming up as we speak as well. Let's Stalker, Colossus, Archon. Gathering in as the army comes through the middle, and just going to be pushing upwards and across to the left-hand side once again. Those couple of Widowmines still burrowed on the high ground here. Push to the left. Widowmines are going to do that thing though, connecting nicely so far. The Vikings trying to fight against this Colossus force. Lifting up a couple times in the prison would be nice, but we actually did not save that Colossus. We lifted it the first time, didn't re-lift it, or keep it lift despite it being low and the Vikings still being there. So a bit of the splash damage from Showtime lost already. Now we have +2 attack. Blink in the disruptor production coming by also. I'm going to boost to the bottom, but it's going to go through an observer, so Showtime sees this. Instant recall to the 6 o'clock. That actually pulled back though. He's actually going to go a different route with this, but the units are already down on that bottom side. Showtime manning the minerals in the center gives him passageway from top to bottom, which with the mobility of Clem's army is probably much better for Showtime to have that central area opened out now than it is for Clem. I don't think Clem's going to be moving around on the ground as much as Showtime is having to go back to a base to defend from drops and then relocating back through the middle of the map, for example. There is a little push of Clem though, setting up as the Zealot Stalker Archon gather together. Zealots on that natural going to lift back into the prism. Some crazy APM from these guys, my goodness, 700 or so, averaging 400 plus APM each. I don't usually mention APM, but like, it's actually a little bit on the higher scale that is. As we come through, we play cleanup. Prism around now, the top left-hand side, Bio coming forward, Ghost setting up. Gates coming through, the Dark Shrine coming in online, the Disruptors are still building, +3, +1. Continues to build for now. That's going across, a couple of SCVs go, a couple of pros going down. SCV's going to get chased a little bit. Viking overhead, and just going to be seeing the rest of this army from Clem coming down the bottom. Couple Zealots and jumped on EMPs come down. Stalkers getting hit, Disruptors as well. Off SCV, 7 probes. Showtime obviously looking now to defend on the bottom side, as he does have some good stack defense here, but stack defense only goes so far. There's a massive Terran army. Okay, well maybe Showtime looks to the top right base as a 5th now. He does have this base up as a 4th. This gold will go down. Mind from it for a little bit, just doesn't see it worth the trouble of its positioning at the moment to continue defending any further. As Disruptors, Zealots, Colossus, Stalkers continue to come through. Just going to come across. Bio going to get the pylon. And Shadow Strike coming about. +3 attack on the Forge coming up as well. Just going to be having another Disruptor shot flying for just a Marine. Actually, the Marauder goes low but doesn't die. It's got a Disruptor shot getting a couple more units. Chipping away at those Marauders' HP as well. Make them an easier target, given a little bit of additional time. Continues to pull through the top. Zealot, Sword, Colossus, Disruptor gathers up around the bottom, and there's a Nexus dropping onto the gold base, top right side. Position setting up as well. Take a few steps forward. And 3/3 upgrades coming through. The double Nexus, the double Colossus continues to build into play right now. Continue to move about. Oh! Oh! Huge Disruptor shot into the center. Clem eats that one, and those are a good few Marines that went down there. He has to reproduce those pretty much immediately. Protoss army still coming through the top. Well, shots come through. Stalker gets grabbed as Zealots would like to start coming through here as well. The Vikings sitting overhead as Clem going to try and step forward. There is a Colossus taking some heavy damage. Disruptor shot comes down this ramp, hits a Zealot as we go. Stalkers are getting rid of some Vikings as we speak. Again, 4 Liberators coming up. 3/3 upgrades coming through. +2 ship weapons starting as well. Advanced Ballistics are part of these upgrades here currently. DT's just going to try and help to take down this Planetary. This was not an immediate kind of a lot of damage being done. The DT's not blinking in there. Meanwhile, Showtime though fighting towards the center. Colossus are dropping a little bit lower. The Disruptors are very far north. He's going to lose one without them connecting. The second one at least will go off. Both players are losing a lot of supply. I'm a little worried that Showtime is starting to lose a lot of his tech. All the Disruptors seemingly being hunted down, and the Colossus would be a close follow-up there, but we get out with 2 Disruptors, 3 Colossus in total, I believe. Because there's one in that Prism on low HP that's regenerating shields. Down. Fire will just gather. Again, +2 ship weapons, 3/3 upgrades still coming across. The army of Showtime pushes through to the middle of the map. Orbital lifts off. Observer going to be there to spot that orbital lifting away. The Zealots coming down. Stalkers moving about. Couple Disruptors coming through as well. Colossus firing straight onto that orbital. On the bottom side, we EMP and we take down this Nexus, so that's just going to fall. Showtime's been trying to get this one up for a long time. And it's going to be denied for. I think it's the second time it's going to get killed in this game now. 2 ship weapons about to finish. Bio Ghost Medevac going to take some steps across. Probe's immediately in trouble. As we're going to see 5 workers going down. I mean, this army just not being dealt with at all. Clem on the other side of the map has continued to do very well for himself. Couple snipes on incoming Zealots. I mean, Colossus shows up defensively. That lasts 0 time. Good EMPs. Gets rid of these Zealots as well. This is just not being stopped. Showtime has issues. Both players have a ton of money. As Showtime loses some supply, maybe you can get a proper round of reinforcements there. One Colossus over here goes down as well. I feel like Showtime's army's getting worse and worse. Gold base goes down. Bottom side, 3rd base goes down. Showtime being chased through the top. This is where Disruptor should excel at least a little, right? Through a narrow gap being chased. Libera is getting hits off instead, though. Continue back and forth. 5 additional Zealots coming up. Showtime can still stay maxed out, but I wouldn't say he's been winning any of the recent fights. I feel like he's been struggling a little here. Shots come through. Stalker's aiming after those medevacs. Bio Liberator setting up, so Liberator siege across the bottom. Zealot Stalker going to get hit big time. Colossus getting back down into the center here with the Watchtower, and now I'm going to try to come back through the top. It's another round of Liberators. That's the issue, right? Showtime is not rich enough to make the switch to Tempest, not in a game like this where now it seems to be constant action, and so the Liberators are a major issue. Hard to really stop this at all. Shot fires will not land the rest of the army from Showtime through the top. Going to relocate a little bit. Stalkers get underneath. The Liberator goes down. Extra Lib sieging. 3 DTs continue to warp in. A couple of Colossus. We do have our +3 armor upgrade. Researching a Zealot Disruptor Force now. Sorry, Zealot Dark Templar Force into the main base of Clem. I like this from Showtime. Take some of the attention away from the main armies and also maybe stop Clem from reinforcing. If you do get an okay-ish fight where you can at least clean up some units, it's going to make Clem's reinforcements so much harder to come by as the Zealot DT swipes its way through production. Showtime pushing to the front. There's the Liberator siege, though. That will stop that attempt of an attack. She's killing a lot of depots here as well. Starport actually straight up just died right now. We have EMPs for the DTs. We apparently just have to section there anyway. Maybe the missile turret was just reaching across still either way, working out as we do go for more depots. Showtime's moved to the top of the map. He's actually going to get on top of a bunch of the Liberators this time. That's not really happened before. Clem has been very good about protecting those Liberators and only getting them sieged up from afar. This time around, the Stalkers do go after. We blink across. Zealot Stalker going to gather up here. Hold command going after, or again, chase down a little bit as well. Another few Liberators going to siege up. The Stalker step away once more. Fire gathers back down to the bottom as the Liberator sieges again. Those coming about. Marine Marauder coming up. Colossus Stalker on the way out as well. Look at this Nexus from Showtime. It's kind of funny because, like, this should be never something that works. Clem will see it mining, so yeah. You could almost believe it could have worked, but I don't think it will in the end. Really do have just craziness kind of all over the map right here, but Clem is coming out with so much more money in the bank as well. I think Clem's going to have enough at the end of the day to close out this game number 3. Showtime putting in a hell of an effort. This is why I'm surprised when I say Showtime has lost the last 13 series he played against Clem, and it's been a year and a half since he had a victory. Because he can clearly fight Clem in a really cool, awesome series. It's just so difficult to pick up the final touches to actually beat Clem, right? That is the problem. That is the difficulty. Showtime working through the bottom of the bio army unloading here. Clem is in an interesting place where he might be able to wrap around this. There's no good escape from Showtime apart from maybe a recall. It is off cooldown, so that is a possibility. Maybe it's just something you have to go for right now as the Liberators begin to siege up. Units coming in from both sides. Probes going down. The Colossus again jumped on. Showtime doesn't recall, so he's going to fight it, but just don't think he's winning in any specific spot right now. He's definitely losing on the right side. A couple more Zealots show up from the bottom. A couple more Liberators show up as well. As the Colossus goes down, it's going to be a Zealot and Stalker fest, but I mean, they might do okay against a low amount of bio units, but this Liberator count is going to make it problematic. The only win right now is that the Liberators are quite spread out, which is maybe an issue. 3 probes have in production for Showtime, but it's just not a lot. Again, his bank has been drained over the course of this game, and it does look now as though Clem is on the verge of a Game 3 victory. A few more Stalkers still going down, a couple mules drop. The Vikings come back overhead, joining with the Medivacs, Liberators, Marines, Marauders, and the Cloaking continue to come about. A couple of mules will get picked away at. Bio Force coming through. Vikings gonna shoot at this. The Stalker's gonna be there. It's got a couple of the Ghosts getting hit at as well. The other Vikings coming back over. One Colossus goes down immediately. Four Libs. Marine Marauder Ghost coming about. The Cloaking coming up. And dive here for the Colossus. Disruptor is not going to last very long, I don't think. It gets away, but if it stops to fire, it's going to die. So it's just going to get chased. It can't stop the army from chasing it. Clem's not exactly rich on bases, right? Like his bases that remain, I guess this gold is fairly fresh for him. I mean, that might have been an issue if the game went any longer, but he's already mined a lot. Obviously, in this case, that means just these things don't matter that much. As the fire comes over, chasing the Stalkers, chasing the Colossus. I do think we've got ourselves, I mean, a few Stalkers hitting the Planetary Fortress here as well. Fire Force coming back over, Stalkers coming about, Colossus and a couple Zealots coming through too. As you have the, I mean, yeah, scraps of Showtime's army in this game, really not having much else to say or do. GG's get called, and Clem is going to take it 2-1 in this series. He will play MaxPax, who went 2-1 over herO. That will be our second semi-final, because herO and Classic have been ready first. Alright, so we're going to hop to career for Classic versus herO. That's coming up in a moment, guys. I'm just going to BRB a couple and get some stuff sorted before we go into our semis. We'll be right back for Classic versus herO, then then Clem versus MaxPax BRB. Alrighty guys, welcome back as we have Classic herO, a bit of PvP coming up before we go into MaxPax versus Clem. As we go through the semifinals, let's see what herO and Classic have to show us. Classic 2 want to go against Shin? Nah. He just had to ruin my top 4 season, didn't he? Oh well, cool to see those guys having a bit of a scrap and making it a good one as we get into this best of 3 PvP. Bottom right, our blue Protoss here is herO. Taking on in the top left, the red Protoss player, Classic. This is a read for the first game of some PvP action right now. We'll start this off and see where we go. Let's see what happens. Why was there no sky transition by Showtime? I think it might have just been that he was kind of feeling as though initially he was kind of just trading okay-ish, and then by the time he wasn't, by the time there was Liberators, he was just a little bit too caught up in the game to really switch, because it does take a lot to switch like that. Like, that is just not easily done at all. That would be kind of my guess, honestly. It's tough, because obviously you feel as though you should know, you know, you're probably going to need Tempest, but yeah, it's an expensive and a long-term switch to make. I'm in a tree. Thank you so much for the £8 donation. I don't think anyone else can match my donation. I feel like that's the strongest donation of the day. Thank you so much for the 8 pounds. Appreciate it. Thank you as well. Anonymous reached level 900 in Royal Match. Appreciate that. That's our sponsor that's on the stream right now. If you guys want to check it out on the Twitch chat, you can type !Royal and download the game. Playing up to level 20 will support the stream, and then levels beyond 20 help support the stream in increments as well. So do check that out, !Royal. It's a mobile-only sponsorship. So far, we've raised a few $100s from it for StarCraft 2 tournaments. So if you want to support StarCraft 2 for free, match some stuff. It goes a long way and it helps out a whole bunch. So Anonymous reached level 900 and Burrowed Chat Lurker reached level 400. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. And Screamin' Waffles coming in with the 17-month resub on the Prime. How come herO was Seed 1? Because when I dragged herO up to the top to drop him into Seed 2, I accidentally dropped him into Seed 1, and I was like, you know what? Why not? Why not give herO a break from having to play Clem or MaxPax in the semifinals every single week? Why don't we just have Clem and MaxPax play the semis, if they get there? And then herO can get, I don't really have any good logic behind my seeding, guys. It's not based on points or something. It's just, usually Clem, MaxPax, herO, and Dark usually are the top seeds. And then a lot of the other good Koreans are the next set of seeds. Then, I just do it a little bit on feeling. Sometimes I make it so we don't get, loads of mirror matchups or something and, back-to-back rounds if I can see ahead enough that would happen. But, honestly, today it was just I dragged herO up a little bit further than expected, and I was like, yeah, you know what? Let's just go for it. It's not like hero's bad. It's freaking good. He's been, Seed 3 for, the last 6 months of this tournament, even though this tournament's only been going for 4 months. But, yeah, he's been, I just felt like he was deserving of a Seed 1 for once. And he's been pretty good lately as well. He's been starting to be MaxPax a little bit more and stuff, so... Oracle shows up from Classic to play defense here, and that means herO loses everything, which is 2 Stalkers to the 1 Stalker of his opponent. Plus, obviously, there's Oracle low on health and low on energy, although maybe an energy overcharge could come down. Would be very surprising if this Oracle flew across the map with no energy, especially to then fly into a Phoenix and a Stalker. That's not ideal. 2 Phoenix up from herO. Classic now building a Phoenix of his own, but this is a natural advantage from herO that will just stick in this game. Yo, Jeff, thank you so much for the 49-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting with a bigger resub as well. Stalker falling back down. Stargate coming up. The Robo facility from herO coming onto the main. So we get all of that going again. Phoenix coming on both sides, but 2 very different follow-ups with the fact that we're going to go Robo as a transition from herO. And Classic's going to double down on the Stargate with going a second Stargate and more Phoenix. I actually like it a lot for Classic, because I feel like herO right now is like, haha, okay, I've got a few Phoenix to control with, and now I switch to the Robo facility and we play into some strong units. They're not going to do anything against a second Stargate and more Phoenix. Robo units do not fight against Stargate units, right? So I actually kind of like where this is going for Classic. I actually think him just doubling down on the Phoenix is something that herO is going to be caught off guard by. That Robo's about to finish, so no refunds available, and Classic already building 2 Phoenix at a time. I genuinely think herO is going to be in some trouble. Phoenix show up, and now they're going to realize their mistake. As, well, good micro from herO is going to give him the advantage. Big advantage, in fact, as well. Oh my goodness. If we don't kill any of these, this would be absolutely ridiculous. The thing is, we should be able to cut them and trap them in a corner with a numbers advantage. herO absolutely winning the micro war there. Classic misses the turnaround! And herO is going to escape back through the top. He realizes it now. He sees it. Just give his shields a bit more time to regen. Maybe tries to get a catch. He's now on his way to a Twilight Council. Like I say, that would help. The Robo really doesn't help you at all. He's going to try for the recall. Wow, gets that with all those Phoenix. That's incredible. herO playing a fast one on Classic. Classic just misses the turnaround. Gets absolutely caught. That is brutal. Well, like I say, Classic will still have the opportunities because he will still have the Phoenix advantage, but you got to go make use of that, because if you wait around and you don't make use of it, I think you end up in a pretty rough position as the Phoenix come through. Stalker is going to be stepping forward as well. Both probes go down already. The Phoenix moving around into the center. The Robo facility will start up. There's a bunch more Phoenix down on the bottom side, so they're going to come through and head in toward the main base. It's going to go straight in. It's going to see a bunch of probes we can jump on. So a lot of work is going down already, so this is where Classic, like I say, can absolutely capitalize. I would almost like to see him keep some, Phoenix energy to actually deal with the ground army, though. He only has Phoenix. There's already 10 Stalkers. Oh my goodness, he's just gonna die of Stalkers. Actually, just gonna die to Stalkers. My goodness, herO is. I mean, how many Phoenix lifts do we have available? I don't actually know if it's anywhere near enough, honestly. Let's see. I'm gonna start lifting up some of the Stalkers here. The Sentry gets lifted as well. 2 more Phoenix show back up. Probes will pull. Immortal on the way from Classic, which would help a lot. This is the issue right now. The Phoenix are running out of energy. You can only lift so many Stalkers at once. Your damage output with those Phoenix is not amazing. Blink about to be done, so these Stalkers get even better. The Immortal is so important here from Classic. Absolutely essential to this defense. Without it, we would not have enough at all. Phoenix just gather the Stalkers on the left side. Coming about as well. And they're just going to reposition around here. With the Phoenix and the Immortal production continuing to Stalkers get back into the center. Stalkers blink underneath. I mean, this gets worse and worse, I think, for Classic from here. Phoenix are meant to be able to control the game, and if they're not controlling it, then I'm not really believing in it. Stalkers will warp in, the Observer goes down. So he's going to get that probe. Going to get knocked down again. herO just controlling this game right now. And charge coming through. The extra probes coming about. The couple Phoenix come in from Classic as well. As the Phoenix head down to the bottom side. Stalkers will step into that natural. I mean, there's a lot of Phoenix energy, which is good because you're going to need to lift up a lot of Stalkers. Unfortunately, the Stalkers move in while you're out of position, and herO's already on 3 bases, able to build more Stalkers. You do have some Immortals there. Stalkers blink back down. They're going to go intercept the Phoenix on their way across. Phoenix is going to lift up all these Stalkers again. A lot of those Immortals going to be able to do damage during this. I mean, the Phoenix basically just trying to reduce the Stalker numbers to make it an amount of Stalkers that the Immortals can take on, and that is their goal at the moment. I mean, the problem is Phoenix are going down. As Phoenix go down, more Stalkers get freed, and we could probably just fight these Immortals as well right now. herO's up about 40 supply on Classic, so I think that's probably going to be good enough. I think that one is going to be GG's. There you go. herO takes it 1-0 in this best of 3. Gets off to a fantastic start in the PvP with a game 2 coming up on the horizon in a few moments' time. So we'll get the second game started in WARDITV Mondays 19. herO and Classic going the distance for the moment. Alright, we will go in a moment, go into El Dorado. Coco is being called. We should be able to kick this off. Now, second game coming up, guys. Alright, let's head into it. We are going to go into El Dorado, as we have in the bottom right corner. Our blue Protoss player able to take the 1-0 lead. His PvP has been extremely good lately. Let's see if he can keep it up. It is herO in the bottom right corner of El Dorado. Taking on the red Protoss in the bottom left, we have Classic. Classic bring it back a game. It's got the probe moving up in towards the natural probe up on the other side as well. Obviously, low ground gateway here from Classic, suggesting he just wants to expand. High ground gate from herO. He's a very big fan of usually one gate expanding, so. Probe's chasing. Next coming about. Let's see the pylon getting cancelled. And probe chasing the other probe around. Cybercore on the Nexus coming through. Pylon still building up a simulator as well on the way out. We get set up here as the Cybercore will complete. The Cybercore finishes. The Zealot of herO will begin to make a little bit of a move onto the map as well. Away we go. A bit of a journey. I mean, Pylon's nice. Classic's going to be the one to get much faster Nexus up, and they're both going Stargate pretty similarly timed. I mean, Classic's is a little bit behind, but the fact he's got such a faster Nexus, to me, makes this look amazing. The Nexus completes the Zealot pulling back over the left side. Our Stargates will finish up, and we will see the Phoenix already starting up now on the side of herO. So he brings that Phoenix into play. The Stargate of Classic coming up and online here as well. He's going to go Phoenix too. Oh, Phoenix on Phoenix. Let's see if Classic can make it work. I really felt like Classic should have had an edge in that last game. You know what I think the problem was is that he wasted so long chasing those 3 Phoenix. If he goes across the map with his Phoenix lead straight away and he killed a couple of those Phoenix, I don't think the Stalker count ever gets out of hand. I think he controls the game throughout. So that was kind of crazy to look back on. Now he's going to be here, Phoenix versus Phoenix for real this time, and herO's going to get the step up on the second Stargate production. So herO takes that edge. Classic was just there with his Phoenix, but he gets turned around by 2 Phoenix, and so he has to go running. There's still no second Stargate at the moment from Classic. The longer we wait for that, the more we question whether this will be a second Stargate, or maybe we just take a little bit of a different route and we start to change up this direction. Possibilities are there to make that happen. Simulator finishes on the natural. A few Phoenix still patrolling around on the bottom left. Gathering in. Thinking about maybe a push into the natural right now. Phoenix just gonna patrol about. Phoenix will just be chilling, just gonna have Phoenix go the other way. Well, Phoenix pick off going down already. Phoenix is going to shoot. Phoenix is going to go back the other direction. Going to go back and forth here for a couple of moments as we just have Phoenix already trading. Now 6-4 Phoenix in favor of herO. I mean, again, faster Stargate, you get the trades going equally. I mean, herO just maintains a Phoenix advantage as Classic will try for the faster third base. The Zealot has to be cancelled on the lift there because otherwise you lose the Phoenix fight even more one-sidedly. herO trying to take this fight despite being on the opponent's side of the map, which means that Reinforced is obviously faster, which does negate some of the Phoenix advantage herO has. And at the moment, Classic might be getting away with the third. So going to come through. We are going to come forward again. He gets the first shot off. Good shot. He's going to kill the Phoenix very quickly there. herO still diving forward. Thinks he can win this fight a little bit. Goes back now. Going to go at the Zealot as we pull back a second or two. There's actually going to be a Stalker that shows up. That's awkward because it's going to take a little bit to actually be able to get rid of that Stalker. So that's not going to be easily done at all. The probes, the battery coming through. Nexus still coming up. The Assimilator is coming about. Phoenix continue to build as well. So just getting those Phoenix across. The Phoenix still gathering on the bottom. herO still settles here. I'm just going to see the Adept. Going to commit in to take the attention of the other units away. We're just going to dive the Phoenix right now as herO gets in there before the battery is done. That's a lot done. Gets another Phoenix out of range of the battery as it trails over. Gets out of position and gets punished for it. Nexus coming down from herO on the third base. We'll just see our Fleet Beacon coming up. Our second Stargate coming through. Stalker going to get lifted. Gets dropped. herO just basically hunt the Phoenix down. You win this game at this point. I don't think he can lose enough for this to turn. Well, maybe. I mean, he lost actually quite a few at the end there. The couple of Stalkers are actually helping a fair bit. Classic going to try go third Stargate and Phoenix range. So that's going to be his next step of this game. Couple of probes going down. Fourth Nexus on the bottom side, taking the gold. It's going to be herO taking a forward base instead. Again, free Phoenix coming about. The Nexus coming on the line on both sides. The Assimilator is coming up as well. The Phoenix going to step over. Probe still producing again. That Nexus on the 6th coming about. We actually have the Phoenix getting caught in the middle. Classic's numbers going to get whittled down once again. He's again half the Phoenix count. He actually has Phoenix range. That doesn't matter if you're getting caught and your opponent's getting into reach to fight back. This is where you can do well, where you get free shots off. But again, you get turned on, and now you're going to lose a bunch of Phoenix again. Running through those Stalkers doesn't seem to matter right here. Another Phoenix taking a few more shots. Stalkers getting lifted again. One of the more interesting Phoenix versus Phoenix games, just for the fact that I feel like we've seen some of these fights continue for a very long time. We are going to be seeing a backing away herO. Has to be kind of careful, right? Like, I mean, if you're running away and your opponent has range on you, it can get scary. These couple of Stalkers in a good position to get a couple of kills on the exit as well. Going to get one more Phoenix at the very least. Phoenix count actually evens up after all of this. Classic has a worker lead, and has herO just been a little bit too aggro, trying to force fights too much? Maybe he has. Well, Phoenixes gather. Just going to have ourselves the +1 air weapons coming through, the Stargate building, a few additional Phoenix coming about as well. You know what? These couple of Stalkers on the ground have been so good. They have 6 kills. A couple of those have been Phoenix, and I really feel like at certain points they have helped so much in the just extra little bit of DPS needed to make some of the Phoenix trades a bit better. distance coming up. Zell going to swipe through the gateway. Stargate now 4 Phoenix at a time. Numbers are sitting at what, 17 to 16? So the Phoenix number's actually even for the first time. Still no Phoenix range from herO. Kind of baffling. Going to step up again. Phoenix coming through. The +1 air weapons from Classic as well. So he's going to have just the way better upgraded Phoenix in this game. Phoenix coming across. The Phoenix of herO on the wrong side of the map. It means this entire mineral line can die before you can do anything about it. But Classic doesn't know it. Okay, now he does know where those Phoenix are. herO doesn't realize that he's being surrounded. And remember, this Phoenix range for Classic is so close to +1 air weapons too. He would love to get that. I mean, he basically has herO trapped across the map. Reinforcements from herO would have to fly through the Phoenix. Live Phoenix building at a time from Classic. herO runs. We're going to intercept the reinforcing Phoenix, so that's going to be easy pickings. And now I think herO just has to fight. I don't think he has much of a choice anymore. I think he just has to go for this. He's going to get into range. There should be a fight where Classic just has so much more, and the +1 air weapons may come into play as well. Guardian Shield too. I mean, tell me what Classic doesn't have. He's got everything, and he's going to have game 2 in the bag. Full turnaround, because this looked very good for herO early. The Classic is able to weather the storm and take the Phoenix all the way through. GG. Yo, Vidal NX, thank you so much for the 23-month resub on the Prime. You think you lost a month of StarCraft and need to work less? Surely not. If you feel like you missed some StarCraft, you can go for all of the go through all the VODs. Everything's available on YouTube. You don't miss any StarCraft if you don't want to, I promise. Alright. Jeff, thank you again during that game for the 49-month resub as well. I feel like I mentioned it, but I wasn't sure, so I'm just going to say it again. And we're going to go to game 3, guys. We are going to go the distance on this series between these two players. So we can get this set up, ready to go. Who's ready for 3 more Phoenix versus Phoenix games? Yes. Absolutely. All the Phoenix versus Phoenix. First line going to be our map. Let's go into Game 3, Classic versus herO. Final game of this semi-final. Then we've got Clem, MaxPax coming up afterwards, and then a grand final best of 5, all coming your way. In the top right-hand corner, our red Protoss player is Classic. And he has brought it back to being 1-1 right now as he takes on the blue Protoss in the bottom left corner of the map, herO. Game 3 of the series. As you do get the gates and the assimilators coming up, probes coming through. You settle down here and get started. Probably gonna nibble the other probe. Gates coming through. Pylon coming up. Probe nibbles probe. I'm just gonna be seeing the cyber cores coming through. The gateway is building up from classic. It's gonna be 2 gates. This is the single gate of herO, so a very different style of play on both sides now. 2 gates versus the 1 gate. We'll see what that leads us into here over the next few moments. There's the Nexus coming up from herO on the natural. So his expansion is expected. Will Classic go aggression, or will he match with an expansion of his own a bit further down the line? He opens 2 Stalkers, which is a very aggressive way to open. Gives you a lot of firepower. Sentry nibbles at the probe. Probe will just take a few shots and push around for a little bit. A couple of adepts continue through. There's our Stargate coming up on both sides of the map, but it is faster from Classic here because he goes for the later Nexus. So Stargate versus Stargate again. Are we again going to go Phoenix versus Phoenix, or are we going to see something a little different paying off across the course of this one? Stargate about to finish here. It's an Oracle from Classic, so he will have the Oracle harass to utilize. Obviously, the first game he played an Oracle, it went horribly wrong very quickly. Heads through middle of the map currently. Away we go. Down to the bottom. See what's up. Coming straight through. Hallucination is going to force the recall. Oh, the Adepts get in. There's a lot of units there. Plus a Phoenix. It's going to be a lift. It's going to be a kill. We get 2 probes. Honestly, could have been a lot worse with how that Shade went, I feel like. I think we're going to commit to this Adept Shade as well. I feel like we want to try and at least get the probe we already heard. Oh no, disaster. Disaster for Classic. He's not getting anything out of this in the slightest. This has all gone wrong. And Classic is going to end up hurting here a little bit. Just have ourselves a robot facility now starting on the side of herO, while Classic has already gone into Blink, so a couple of different directions for this game to go at this point in time. As that Blink continues through, the Gateway is still coming about, our Stargate coming online, the Probe and Hallucination continue to move about here as the Forge and the Assimilators come online as well on the side of herO. This Oracle will take another shot or so. Stalkers pinging that, and the Oracle will go down. So the Oracle will fall. 2 probes are going to get dropped, and we just have ourselves a couple of extra gates coming through as well. So getting those couple of gates out, Blink halfway done. And we have the Phoenix that can obviously come through. They're going to be able to get a bunch of probes now as well. Limited by the energy, but still able to get through, and obviously will remain a threat in this game. Backing away for now. Very much so alive and rocking it, so they can continue to do that for the foreseeable future. As a gateway drops onto the bottom side as well, and get that underway. Well, Phoenix back down the bottom. Stalkers, I mean, they're going to start pushing from Classic, but you're pushing into someone who's going to have Immortal defense. We'll see if that's going to be good enough. I mean, you will have Blink to try and utilize here, so there's 100% a chance to see some success. Stalkers, across they go. Stasis ward. Oh, he sees it as well, so he blinks one Stalker in to just pop that and not have to worry about it anymore. Now you can focus on the Stalker back and forth micro. Just gonna go blinking in, looking for the Immortals. Gonna get one. A couple of Zealots are really nice here because you're blinking into them, so the Zealots get a lot of damage done against Stalkers. You don't love stopping to hit Stalker Zealots either because they take a long time to kill. We'll just keep playing across. 10 probes going down on the other side. Classic is getting Oracled to death, by the way, so he's had some issues. Oracles and Phoenix doing their thing. As now Classic loses everything on this attempted assault, and this is going to be GG's, I think, because he is down on workers. He's going to be down on army. The Phoenix would be there to lift that Stalker if necessary, but yeah, this was very committed from Classic, and it just did not do enough. So he's going to need Phoenix going to take a couple shots. And blinking +1. Continue to come through. Going to get that blink finishing right now as well. Going to take a couple shots. I mean, Classic is kind of looking like he's thinking about going for it again. The Phoenix are going to come back over from herO. They're going to get even more probes if they want them, which obviously he should. I mean, this is Classic attempting to do something, as he will fail to achieve anything on this attack. GG gets called. That is fairly expected. herO takes the 2-1, and that will be that. Guys, I'm going to take Ellie out quick. I'll be right back, and we'll go into Clem versus MaxPax for the semi-final number 2. So we'll be back with that in just a few. Alright, sorry for that, guys. Welcome back as we get ready to go into our next match. Kicking off into Clem MaxPax in this round of 4 in a few moments. Alright. Hey, baby. So, yes, I had to take Ali out and then move something downstairs, so it took a couple of moments longer than expected. Waiting for players to be ready, because I've told them that we're good now. Alright, players ready. We can kick off into Clem MaxPax. Best of 3 here in the semifinals. Too early for Clem MaxPax? I mean, you know. Just felt like mixing it up. Why do you have to watch Clem? We never have Clem MaxPax in the semifinals. For the first time in like 19 weeks, these two are on the same side of the bracket, so we're just gonna roll with it as we kick off and get into some games in the top left-hand corner of this highly anticipated round of 4 series. This is going to be our Blue Protoss player, MaxPax, taking on in the bottom right our red Terran player from Team Liquid. This is Clem. One of our best of 3 series here in the semifinals today. Again, good to see you all. Thanks for dropping by and tuning in. After this, we've got a best of 5 final as well coming up, so we'll look forward to all of that. Another couple gases come through. Rack starts up. Two gas means Clem might be a little bit more feisty in the early stages here on King's Cove. A big map as Clem earlier in that series against Showtime, I've got to say, was really quite heavily focused, I would say, on damage done early. Those tank pushes seem to be a pretty essential part of his play. See how that turns out as the SCV there nibbles, pushes the probe away. Cybercore coming up, Orbital Command coming through. And get that ready to go. Now Reaper starts up again, factory on the way through. Gonna have ourselves the probe continue to just wander about again. Next is coming online, we get this on the go. See how probe continues to set up as the factory comes in. The reactor comes about. CC is on the way up as well. We do have that Adept just going to come down from MaxPax here, shade down for a couple of moments as the Adept is going to go after the Reaper, and the Reaper will get turned away. So Reaper gets pushed back for a few moments, getting turned out of here right from the very get-go. We're just going to chill, and we do have our Hellion from Clem showing up. So going to be Hellion 2 more Reapers, and that unit count will grow to try and put some damage on the other side. Again, Twilight Council about to finish, Gateway and Probe, Stalker and the Warp Gate all coming online as well. Starport still building here on the side of Clem. Now Reaper will take a couple shots off the Adept as it gets chased through the top side. And just going to sit around the top. The Adept going to shade, but goes too fast. The Reaper finds an escape route, hits a grenade, but didn't hit the Adept upwards. It hit the Adept down, so it kept the Adept in position. Adept Shade here will guarantee the kill on the Reaper, and Clem will lose out on that unit. However, now the rest of the Reaper Hellion shows up, and he gets an Adept in return for this immediately, so that goes down. Now the Stalker going to be in a little bit of trouble as well. The Hellion will be taken out. Can we get any more units here? The Reaper low and try and stay away. The Adept Shade will commit, which means the Adept goes down. Hellion and a Reaper will struggle to kill a Stalker. As maybe we could, though. Am I crazy? Probe kills the Hellion. I actually think if he wanted the Stalker, he might have had a shot at it. Maybe with the second Stalker warping in, he wouldn't have. Interesting moment or two. 2 Reapers, 2 Hellions, go for 2 Adepts and a Probe. A little bit of chaos in the base of MaxPax. Back at home, Clem sets up for all of the aggression. Marine, Tank, Banshee. All of the units that deal a lot of damage, can be extremely good if they get in the right places. We'll see what they can do over the next few moments as this Reaper hops up the right-hand side, looking to move toward the main base. Hopping up over here as well, but deciding to hop back down again. Prism very much so still on its way as the Blink continues in. The Stalker around the top. And the Banshee on the bottom side gonna float right on out to the far left side of the map as well. So away we go with that moving along. Nexus coming into place. And the Stalker gonna be there to once again turn this Reaper around and get a few more shots off. Stalker's head down. Banshee shows up. He observes about spawns. We have 3, 4 probes pretty quickly. Just 3 actually. And the Banshee's dead, no? Oh, you just don't reach it there. Alright, well now you've got the Stalkers arriving on the other side. Tank will have to set up defensively. We do have Banshee number 2 going up the right side of the map, so that's going to go up the right. And that's why that Banshee on the left staying alive is so nice, because it keeps one of the observers pinned there a little bit. So potentially gives you options that you might not have seen otherwise. Goes down, Clem gets supply blocked, the Banshee still coming through the top. He's going to be heading toward this third base as the probe comes over, puts the battery into position. And the Banshee going to start going after a couple of those probes straight away. So 2 probes going down. Again, +1 Stimpak combat shield coming about as well. We'll see the Banshee into the main. So we can start turning on to a couple more of these probes. And charge coming up, probes on the battery on the way up. Stimpak combat shield and +1 all building. And our Stalkers here already going to go after the depot, taking that down. Fire going to start fighting. Tank shots firing as well. A couple of units going down in return. Doing everything we can to keep this up as the charge continues through. The probes will produce. And our Stalkers gather with the Prism here on the 6 o'clock. So now you've got 2 Banshees pinned by Stalkers. But these are 2 Banshees that are keeping 4 Stalkers at home. So that's definitely a win in Clem's eyes. Those Banshees are paying for themselves by keeping those units there. And he obviously got some kills off them as well. So he got some kills. Now he's keeping the Stalkers back. It's not like the Banshees died and the Stalkers came across here. As we live the medevac drop, Clem will try and survive without it. I mean, we're close to upgrades. I think he's going to be alright. This medevac comes around the bottom. Ideally, MaxPax does not find that medevac. If those Stalkers find the medevac, that would be a disaster. The Prism is running away right now. Is actually going to be perfectly set up to spot the medevac. That's crazy. As Clem, I mean, he's going to be hunted by Stalkers, but the Stalkers don't really go to really cut off the medevac. At least now you know it's coming, though, as MaxPax, right? As Clem starts to move out with the rest of his army. So getting MaxPax to move around and respond to certain things, and then taking advantage elsewhere. Remember, he does have both Banshees that can come back into play. If MaxPax moves those units, he will have the medevac that can maybe support this Banshee coming back into the natural as well, for example. There we go, starts to unload here. MaxPax does not have really much in position, as though he just thought that drop turned around or something. Start a fire. There's that Banshee coming back in. Like I say, it takes a shot or two, but buys a little bit more time for the Marines. The Zealots come to the natural, where Clem is just going to lift up and back away, but that means way less Zealots on this side of the map. But Clem is now pushing towards the ramp. Of course, force fields available. Clem should be careful about those. Guardian shield was already set up. There's the force fields, but honestly, not the best. Catches one Marauder maybe with those force fields. Felt like that was maybe meant to be more as the Marines drop back into the natural. They're going to get 2 Stalker kills as the battery's out of energy. That will be the end of them, but reinforcements on the right side, and Clem is still set up and still pushing for more. The Banshee just now going down in the background there as well as we continue to press through. There's an immortal tech-wise. We're close to seeing the Colossus. A couple of Widow Mines now coming into play after some of the Zealots. In fact, that's a lot of Zealots, and I think Clem will end up being the one pushed away on this attack. He will not succeed. And MaxPax finds a defense. I wasn't convinced it was going to come in the form of the Colossus, but then the Zealot count started to look a whole lot better. And so the Zealots were the answer. And Clem does take turn away from this for the moment. Medevacs, Marines, Widow Mine still all building. Seeing this Medevac boosting through the south at the moment. Again, Nexus, Colossus, with that extended thermal lance coming through as well. And these few Stalkers of MaxPax making their way across. Clem is just rallying units again right now, but I'm not sure if just rallying units against a guy that had the Zealots to shut you down before is really going to become your answer, so I guess let's see as we step up. A couple Stalkers already being chased. There goes one Stalker even going down already. Marine peels off over to the left side again, extended thermal lance. The Colossus and Zealots building for the moment. That's down on the right-hand side is going to be the Prism moving through. A couple of Zealots dropping off into this mineral line. Our Nexus going to get jumped on. That's a cancel. Now we're going to turn on to the Sentries. Guardian Shield disappears. MaxPax doesn't have enough protection here, so we lose the Colossus. Stalker's Blink, but it's an empty Medevac that goes down. The full one just behind the one that was targeted. Could have been disastrous for Clem. Lose an extra 10 supply there. Maybe this goes very badly for you. As now the Stalkers blink again. Clem will make one more getaway, knowing the Stalkers can't blink after those Medevacs. Zealots at the same time enter Clem's third, and there's a lot of hurt SCVs here, so he pulls the SCVs instantly, and I think that's necessary. There's a lot of just low HP workers that would have died so fast, and the last thing you want is to let those workers die. He needs to keep the economy up, right? It's not like he's playing from a rich position. He's already lost 12 SCVs recently as well, so yeah, he ain't rich. Clem could definitely do with keeping as much going as possible as he resaturates the gas. He's actually oversaturated on the natural and third. No sign of base 4. Are we just going to go on 3 bases? I mean, right now, the longer you go without building a 4th base, the worse I feel like this. You're making this for yourself, basically, so Medevacs thought they could come through, but the answer is no, not quite yet. Get rid of one of those Medevacs too, so one of the drop threats from Clem is taken out again as MaxPax, I think, is putting him into a very difficult spot. Still going to Colossus coming to the center, Medevac up to the top side, Dark Shrine about to finish, +2 attack and +1 armor coming in. Up towards the ramp. Widow Mine going to be burrowed on it. Observer goes down. Bio going to get it. Army splits apart a little bit. Again, the Medevac still up on the top side. Widow Mine shoots a little bit of splash on the Stalkers. Bio presses up, but the Stalkers going down. And chase back there for a few moments as again the Ghost, the Viking. Just the tech units in general coming out from Clem, but MaxPax taking a 4th base. Sorry, a 5th base, so Clem really, this 4th base got to get up and online. He's got to protect this, but now he's going to have DTs running into his mineral lines too, so that's a problem for him. MaxPax is getting into a very comfortable spot where he's going to be the one that dictates a lot of this pressure that's going on. He can put himself in some very good positions over these next few minutes of the game. Bioforce out in the center trying to push back, but yeah, the DT gets 10 SCVs. The cleanup here as the Prism goes down the main base. Still got to deal with those Zealots, though. The SCV surround is apparently the best answer Clem has, is staying busy on the map because he wants to stay active against the rest of this force. Let the Widow Mines pick away some of the shields here and let the Zealots start to melt. As soon as the Zealots are going down, MaxPax is like, nope, you're not getting my expensive units. I can replace Zealots. Everything else is a little bit tougher to get a hold of again. So he does a very smart thing in terms of just pulling back when the Zealots are gone. Clem is trying to capitalize just with what he's got, but as new Zealots show up, it's going to be difficult. We do get 2 Colossus, though, and so some of the splash damage will leave this game. You getting closer and closer. There's almost just been a Zealot Stalker army, which is far, far, far away from what you want it to be. Disruptors joining up together now as well. Clem did not have the best time against Disruptors in the quarterfinals, playing against Showtime. There were some pretty nasty Disruptor shots that Clem had to weather to kind of see it through to the next stage. There's a big round of Zealots warping in on the frontier from MaxPax, so Zealot's going to join the fray almost immediately. Zealots charge up, the Bioforce pulls back, EMP trying to come down, Stalkers and Zealots hunting. Disruptor shot going to land for a few Marauders. The Zealots are still charging forward. The Viking's going to be there. Clem does not have enough to sustain. The inevitable has happened, which was that MaxPax was going to win this game. The last 3-4 minutes definitely were just trending more and more so towards MaxPax, and that victory comes through in the end. GG's. And Clem drops the first game of the semis. We are heading towards PvP final here if MaxPax wins, as herO sits in the grand finals, of course, after victory over Classic. Into game 2 in a moment when the videos get sorted out. Ready in GLHF. We are going to go into game number 2 here. Ultra Love is going to be our map. Let's kick this off. Let's go into Ultra Love here, as we are going to have ourselves in the bottom left-hand corner. The blue Protoss player taking the 1-0 lead is MaxPax. Top right, our red Terran is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. Two gases on the way in for the main base. Just going to get that started. As once again, Clem opting for the gas heavier opening to potentially give him a little bit more pressure on the map in those early stages. So Clem will set up with that. The probers trying to make life a little difficult for a few moments. Actually got the depot down, which will keep the probe out for any further harassment as Clem will put down the factory, puts under position. So that factory is going to get put into place. Probe of MaxPax will pull away from the upper right hand side, and again Reaper about to finish. Factory coming through. Away we go. Now the Pro Bowl's back home. We do see the Reaper about to show up, so let's see what Clem can do with said Reaper. Heading into this natural and starting to ping away at a few of these bits and pieces. The Adept shades about. The Reaper will take a few more shots and turn the other direction. Getting pushed out of here toward the center of the map for the moment. So Reaper getting pushed to the middle. Again, Twilight Council coming through. Nexus is about to complete. The Warp Gate still building as well. Reaper moves back over to the base here. Fire up a few shots. Just going to be seeing the Adept continuing around. We'll just be seeing the Shade continuing up as the Reaper comes over and gets taken out, and that will be the end of it. Cyclone. Marines and a medevac on the way against someone who is going for an extra gate and then tech into the robo facility after. Let's have to pull back. Settle in for a few moments. I think on the way up. Sorry, I just missed the Twilight Council. My bad. I think I just saw the robo starting up and the gate being done, and I completely missed the Twilight at some point of that. So he did go Twilight. It's actually very normal. Yeah, I'm gonna have the Cyclone anyways, and we'll try and put some pressure on with this right now. Cyclone stepping up. Stalkers have to pull back already. Again, the blink is currently about halfway done right now, so just continuing with that upgrade that will, typically define MaxPax's early game is usually very good for him. Tank can drop off as well, though. Clem used this exact same push against Showtime on this map. Tank is going to go down very soon here. The few probes are going to do a little bit of themselves. Stalker's in some trouble. But then against Showtime, might have been against Arrogfire that he did this, and Arrogfire just kind of died. Immortal is very close to being done. We're going to have a Viking here very soon. This is pretty much all there is, but the Immortal popping should be a big saving grace, as we do see Clem's focus on the pile. I'm going to depower the gateway. Yeah, the thing is right now, the Viking does a lot of damage too, and there's not a lot to really get rid of the Viking. I mean, the Immortal shots will do very well against it, but it does so much before it gets targeted down, as the medevac gets shot down as well. Clem loses everything, but he kills 11 probes after killing a majority of the army as well. Hard to disagree with the concept that he has succeeded with what he was looking for in this, because that was a lot of probes going down in the end. Two Stalkers still chase. I'm going to go after those Marines. Tank on the high ground will blast, and the Stalkers have no choice but to turn away from this one and fall back. And away they go. So probe just gathering. Have ourselves a few units moving about again. Hold up command already taking some shots. Siege tanks trying to press a little bit further forward. The Viking goes down. The tanks will siege. Marines still stepping through and going after the Immortal, going after the Stalkers. SCVs pulling across as well. SCV still surrounding, and that is going to be the Immortal going down. So the Immortal falls, the Stalker's pulling through. It's a lot more shots. 7 SCVs going down as Clem is kind of scrambling together a defense to try and be alive in this. Probably not what we find. I mean, I guess this happens, right, sometimes when you go for those attacks. And I really felt Clem did well, but obviously not well enough for losing absolutely everything that he lost. MaxPax is able to come through, get 10 probes of his own killed off in this game now, and that undoes a lot of the work that Clem did across the map. Obviously, Clem did it a little bit earlier. Clem is also still in trouble here with the Stalkers lingering outside of his base. There's always going to be the option that they come back in and potentially find a little bit more. Liberator sieges, probes falling, and Nexus probes similarly all coming up. The Stalker's just going to get underneath, the lib gets turned around. Going to have to come back through the bottom side now instead. Stalker's going to get that, and that Liberator does get chased all the way out of here. Except our Liberator does go running. torch probes coming through. The Liberator tank and Marines all gathering as well. Just going to be seeing these Stalkers continue to gather up. A couple more Stalkers are going to get warped in. And SCVs will surround that Liberator, repair it up. Marines and tanks are going to step up this ramp. For his zone, taking a few more shots. Stalker's going to get that. Liberator goes down. That's the Liberator. It's just going to get shot at. And Clem says GG. He's going to tap out right here and now. And MaxPax are going to take the 2-0 in the semifinals. Advancing into the grand finals to take on herO. MaxPax herO becoming... It always has been a bit of a rivalry, right, between the two best Protoss players. And it's going to be a thing that we see a lot in these events. We're going to see it again today. Best of 5 style in the grand finals. So, it is going to be to the NA server. It is going to be MaxPax versus herO. We're going to get that set up for you guys, and we're ready to go very soon. So we're going to kick this off very shortly. Let me throw some extra ads on. Alright, so we'll head into NA. We'll just wait for herO and MaxPax to veto up a little bit. Get that on the go. And, yeah, get working here. In this, final series of the day. So yeah, best of 5 finals coming up. I think after this, guys, we still have to do a little bit of the Royal Match stream because we unfortunately had some issues last time. So we'll probably do that. So yes, if you guys want to check out our sponsor before we play it on stream, you can do so with the !Royal in the Twitch chat. Check that out. Get it a whole bunch if you do. Awesome. Again, check that out. We'll be playing it on stream a little bit after this finals. As MaxPax and herO should be vetoing as we speak. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. I guess a little bit of info of what's coming up over the next few days. So today, obviously, WARDITV Mondays. Most of this week is going to be dominated by the Leo League playoffs. So we're going to be doing that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That's actually all of our content this week, but we'll also have some OSC Championship action on Thursday and Sunday. So that's what's going on this week. And then next week I'm actually away a day. Then we do OSC Championship on the year. February is the interesting month where we don't really have much going on right now during February. So we'll probably put together some tournaments, guys. We'll probably put together some events and see how that all goes. Yeah, that's probably our plan of action. Just need to figure that out a little bit. Decide what we're going to do exactly. Yeah. So yeah, this week we've kind of got the plan. Maybe into next week we can also catch up on some of the Alimo League stuff and all of those things that have been going on that we've not quite been able to fully catch. MaxPax and herO ready up, and they go straight into game number 1 on ley lines for this PvP. Sorry, folks, I wasn't reading chat. Do subs get WARDITV Monday replays? Yes, but they go out every they go out as part of the usual replay packs, basically. So they don't go out every Monday, but they go out every month or so with all the other replays. How did the Pokemon go? Pretty mixed. I had a pretty good start. I played some great games to start off my my tournament, and then I was 2-1, and then my deck didn't work. I played about 4 turns over the next 2 matches. My deck just stopped working, and then I was 2-3, and that's good enough to be out, basically. So yeah, good enough to be out. Yeah, I mean you can play on for like points and stuff, but I decided to drop and play some side stuff instead. Yeah, it was pretty fun. I had a good time. Just wish my deck would not stop working when I go to bigger events. Every time I play like my local events, this doesn't happen. Then I go to a bigger event, it's just like, you don't get to play the game. You heard about the herO fan? Yeah, so I sat down to play my round 5 match. So if I lose, I'm out. I'm 2-2. I sat down and we're setting up and stuff, and this guy's like, "We played before," and I'm like, I look at him, and I'm like, I don't think so. Like, if we have, it was a long time ago, because I really don't remember. I said I really don't remember, and usually I'm pretty good at remembering people I've played, like people's faces. Like, I'll see them, like, you know, I'll see someone walking around, but I was like, man, I played him 2 years ago in France. You know, I've got no idea what his name is, but like, I recognize people pretty well, I'd say. I was like, this guy, honestly, this guy looked like someone who I might have played and just, you know, didn't have a recognizable face. I was like, sure. Yeah, I'm like, maybe. I was like, okay. So anyways, we played game 1, which was super fast because my deck was not working. It was like 2 turns. And as we set up for game number 2, he's like, do you guys StarCraft? I was like, oh. I was like, yeah. And he's like, oh, I think I used to watch your stream and stuff. And I was like, oh, cool. I was like, kind of awkward, because I was like, he's like, I can't remember what you guys, I was like, WARDITV. He's like, yeah, that sounds familiar. I was like, oh, cool. So I was like, that's nice. He's like, then he starts going into this thing. He's like, oh, well, you know, I don't really watch StarCraft much anymore. I was like, well, yeah, I get it. Like, not everyone does. There's a lot of people who used to watch StarCraft but don't anymore. He's like, I do watch one guy every now and again still. He's a Dutch guy. And I'm like, oh, my brain initially went to like I guess like Loco, because I was like, you know, maybe if you watch one guy, it's like Loco because he's got a big YouTube presence, or Harston because like he does something that's unique that isn't necessarily like you watch competitive StarCraft. I was like, oh, Loco Harston. He's like, no, he's got like the name of like a Dutch place. I was like, oh, Roddy. I was like, oh, my boy Roddy. He's like, yeah, Rotterdam. I was like, nice. He's like, yeah, sometimes I watch him because it really makes me feel good to know that if you can still succeed by doing the same thing for 6 years, you can get somewhere in life. And I was just like, he was just like, yeah, it's like, you know, I just check every now and again to see if he's doing anything different, and he's still just making feet. I was just like, oh yeah. He was like, yeah, so I watch him sometimes. I was like, okay. I don't know if he was necessarily a hater as much as like it was like a weird. I don't know, but yeah. So it was that was interesting, and then proceeded to lose game 2 in like 5 minutes, and that was my tournament. But kind of a weird experience. It's very rare to obviously, like, you know, within the world of StarCraft, people know who I am, right? But like, it's very rare to find someone in the wild who is a StarCraft fan or fan of the past. And usually, if you find someone that knows StarCraft, they've watched GSL, right, or something like that. So I say get recognized was kind of interesting, I suppose. So yeah, I mean, that was kind of intriguing, I guess. Yeah, it was a thing. It kind of caught me off guard. Like, every aspect of it kind of caught me off guard. But yeah. So yeah, that was my round 5 opponent here, where we played the mirror match. And the mirror match is meant to be to put in perspective how badly it went for me. The mirror match is expected. In the best of 3, you've got 50 minutes to play your best of 3, right? And time is a big thing in Pokemon, but basically the mirror match is so bad that you're probably meant to only get to play 1 game. We finished the best of 3 in like 8 minutes. so that's how badly it went for me. Yeah, it was pretty miserable, actually, that part, but it's okay, it happens. Alright, finals here. MaxPax and herO have yapped on while we set up into Phoenix versus Phoenix a little bit, but we are transitioning into Blink on the side of MaxPax and an extra gateway on the side of herO, make it 2 gateways on the side of herO as we bring this up and online. Those Phoenix continuing across the map, and we just just see this Phoenix coming across to the bottom left. It's going to go toward the main base. The +1 attack coming through. Twilight Council coming up. Blink is on the way on the side of MaxPax, as our Stalkers will hit the Void Ray come across the map as well. It's going to come straight on over, and we do have ourselves the gates and Twilight Council coming up. +1 attack coming through as well. Just going to see a couple of probes getting lifted. A couple of Phoenix are going to get shot at it as well. So yeah, our Phoenix move about, just going to be seeing the Stalkers warping in. I mean, this game really just calms down in a pretty big way. Not a lot happening at this point, just sitting back, chilling. A few Phoenix to try and harass with. We got Blink on the way from here at MaxPax, while herO goes straight to the charge. Immortal and a +1 attack upgrade. herO has been getting the better end of MaxPax a lot more frequently lately than what he used to. MaxPax had a pretty good winning record against herO, but herO started to turn that around, and obviously, you know, we're talking about a newer patch where a lot changed in this matchup, especially with how MaxPax plays. And MaxPax is one of those guys who plays a very, you know, methodical style of StarCraft 2, specifically in PvP. So he plays a very methodical style of PvP. The problem is when a lot of changes happen, I mean, first of all, you've got to figure out your new your new method to each and every situation, which he had really on lockdown before. But especially the way he played was so reliant on battery overcharge to help him survive certain situations. Now MaxPax can't just play the same setup every time and be okay because he can figure it out each time. He's forced to play a bit differently each game because you can just get hard countered now. Like, you can't just defend everything with the battery overcharge. And so that kind of combination of, first of all, I think just not really knowing each and every possible way that the matchup turns out because of the new patch, and now also that the patch kind of comes out to be a nerf for his style, has actually opened up some resistance for MaxPax in this PvP matchup, where if he gets to the later stages, brilliant, but he will not always get to the later stages anymore. I think herO's been doing a very good job of taking advantage of that and not letting MaxPax get into the mid stages of the game in such of a lead a lot of the time. So yeah, cool to see someone's... I mean, MaxPax's PvP was always fascinating to watch. It was fascinating to sort of see it take a different direction and to see what he does to try and find the same set level of consistency again, because consistency in PvP is so difficult to find. It really is one of the big problems. Couple of shots coming out. Phoenix trading, +2 attack on the way from herO. Islands coming through, the High Templars coming up. We got cannons and an Immortal and charge on the way out, and a +1 upgrade on the way out from MaxPax. There is a cannon as well, so we bring a lot of that up and running right now. The Stalkers, Immortals, Sentries, Zealots all gathering up and starting to punch on to a few of those Stalkers as well. So looking for a little bit of damage there. There's a Guardian Shield going up as the Hallucinated Colossus comes through as well. We're going to take some steps into this position, stepping up, and we are going to take this fight. herO's going to send it. He does not care about the stack defense. He'll get rid of this Void Ray in the sky, still pushing through with 3 Immortals on the ground, plus a couple Archons, and a lot of tanky Zealots. These Stalkers don't do anything here, and MaxPax is going to lose everything. Just like that. I mean, as he finally gets an Immortal into the fray, the Zealots jump on it, and it gets denied immediately, and herO shows us why he's finding success against MaxPax lately, as he gets a 1-0 lead to start this off. Alright. There we go, as we'll get into game number 2 in a few moments with herO in a 1-0 lead in this PvP. Why was herO the 1 seed? Look at this! He's up a game! Gotta say it now while he's up a game before he loses it, but, you know. Ay. Alright, I'm going to go into Ultra Love. Let's kick this off as we have ourselves in the top right corner of the map our red Protoss player who is down a game in our grand final. Best of 5, it is MaxPax. Bottom left, taking that first game, it is herO. Game number 2. Kick off into play on Ultra Love. Probe coming through. He's gonna got a gateway coming up at the front. The pylon gonna sit there. Probes on the way up as we get settled down. Probe MaxPax coming about. Probe nibbles at the other probe. Probe coming over. It's going to be seen our Nexus setting up. It's going to be seen our Stargate coming through as well as we take a few moments. Stargate versus Stargate open. Now, last time, obviously, we didn't stick to the Stargate versus Stargate, so interested this time around as to what maybe happens here. The Adept coming down towards the bottom. Start us off. Away we go. Probe's going to pull. Adept is going to try and fight, and we're already seeing herO taking a couple of losses here early this time. The Phoenix will save the day as we just have the Adept getting there to play cleanup in the end. And 2 probes lost will be about it for the moment. The Stargate coming through, the Phoenix on the way out. That's that Adept trying to shade up toward the high ground. Again, going into the natural. Stargate on both sides, Phoenix coming through, probes coming by. Continue to bring the Phoenix out into play right now as a couple of workers coming over against Stargate on both sides of the map. Probes coming by, Stargate's in production. Phoenix versus Phoenix it is for round 2 of this battle. Away we go. Let's see those Phoenix continue to loop around each other. And another Phoenix popping out of the Stargate very shortly. I see the Adept going to get jumped on. The Phoenix going to get there. Is going to be the Phoenix able to get that kill. The other Phoenix coming about, and of course this becomes a Sky Dominator game at this point with 6 Phoenix to the 6 Phoenix for the moment. So numbers add up, and we'll see if anyone can make anything happen as we start to go in towards some of these fights. Phoenix is coming about on both sides. The probes continue to come through. Phoenix coming across. Just going to be seen. Actually, this fight breaking out. MaxPax jumped on the Phoenix that was reinforcing. herO came back to jump on him. It's 2 Phoenix going down on both sides. So going to be an even trade at this point for the moment, at least. The rest of those Phoenix coming back over. I continue to come on through. Zealot coming up, probes on the way, Nexus building as well. So just going to keep that on the go too here for a little bit. Again, get these Phoenix moving out. MaxPax loves to be the aggressor in Phoenix on Phoenix. He's extremely confident in his, PvP, Phoenix versus Phoenix micro, and his ability to kind of actually get damage done with this. Is, by the way, herO has stolen the gases on MaxPax's third base, so that's an interesting factor. As these Phoenix step forward for a few moments. And they are going to get another little grab. 3 on the kill counts now at this point. Probes pull through. Assembly are going to take some damage. The fleet beacon coming up. Nexus is on the way. Zealot in the Phoenix building. Third Stargate from herO, so instead of Phoenix range, he's going to go for the Stargate. Now, remember against Classic, he played Phoenix on Phoenix, and he didn't play Phoenix range the entire time, and I was wondering if he was just behind and that was the case. Is there a real way where herO just decides it's not worth getting Phoenix range? Because now it's kind of starting to happen again. Huh? Interesting stuff as our Phoenix pull back down the left-hand side. So they're going to pull back down the left. The Anion Pulse Crystals coming up still from MaxPax. 2 more probes coming through. The Zealot is coming over. I'm just going to be seeing the Assimilator still finally on the way up on the third. The gas steel has caused a little bit of trouble. Is finally getting dealt with now. Final block over there as well, getting dealt with. Just little bits and pieces being cleaned up. Again, Phoenix can't hit on the ground, so structure blocking and so is a pretty powerful move. herO's going to be up Phoenix numbers-wise, but obviously will not have the range. That doesn't matter in moments like this, though. He gets in reach, and he's going to start taking this trade. MaxPax is going to start to lose quite a lot of these Phoenix. Is this enough for herO, who has reinforcements start to arrive? This is where it gets awkward. This is where he doesn't actually reach anymore, so some of his Phoenix out of reach there in the end. I guess that's one of the factors, right, is that herO's Phoenix, if he's got any that aren't stacked up and a couple in the back, they might be out of reach while the others are not. And as he kills some of the front Phoenix and MaxPax, the others will still be shooting, so that's something to kind of think about. Like I say, it's definitely seeming like a complete choice right now if herO would just be down the Phoenix range to prioritize just straight up more Phoenix. As MaxPax gets a third Stargate, though, like, he's invested into that Phoenix range, so that investment's being spent already. That doesn't cost you more and more as time goes by. Now he can continue to produce 3 Phoenix himself, and that should level a lot of things out here over the next few minutes. Phoenix get back to the center. 2 more Nexus coming up from MaxPax. Phoenix on the way. Mothership on the way. Phoenix will continue to join in here. As again, our Nexus and our Phoenix will continue up. That Mothership still just coming up to being about halfway done. Phoenix joins in there. Everything in the center. Just going to see that Zealot coming across. And Phoenix can pick that off easily. It's only really an issue lifting the Zealot if the other Phoenix are nearby and threatening at the same time. That's when you want to be really careful in those situations, but obviously that's not the case there, so no problem at all. Phoenix will pull back again. Mothership on the way out. The Phoenix and the Sentry on the way in. Just bring a lot of that up here for the moment. The Phoenix still gathering. A couple more Phoenix joining up as well. We've got ourselves the Mothership popping, so that should be a pretty huge deal. Of course, having the fleet beacon allows you to go there, while herO cannot. Now herO needs to have detection, and also just a way to deal with the Mothership. I mean, the Mothership's a very tanky unit, no? It's herO, like I say, choosing to play no range for a while. I felt like it was kind of working, but now it's at this point where it's like, well, was it really worth it? Did you get anything out of it? Because now it feels like you are behind. Now it feels like you are in trouble. Oh, more Phoenix coming out. I mean, oh, Phoenix coming out. 29 to 27 plus, I mean, Phoenix range. Down 2 Phoenix plus a mothership, though. I don't think herO wins this. He's going to start going across the map to counterattack or so. I mean, Phoenix can't really hit the ground, but they can obviously kill a lot of pros. That's what I imagine herO's plan is as well. Don't go chasing a single Phoenix. Surely that's not a good call. I mean, you could have left the 2 Phoenix at the back chase, and then everything else going to move forward already. Time is of the essence. You got to cut down economy and, I guess, catch as many reinforcements as you can already. Phoenix is going to patrol overhead on the Stargates. I mean, we went into this knowing that herO kind of had more, MaxPax had more. Like I say, now the question is also going to become the fact that we're just going to have the mothership, and this Oracle is going to go down too, so there goes your attempt of protection. So anytime you force a fight, it's going to become very difficult for herO because he's going to be not able to detect when the mothership cloaking comes online. He's going to try and get another Oracle out. This one, air weapons building from MaxPax 2 is he gathers everything together, thinking about what his next approach of this might be. Can that Oracle get out? It's building from this, Stargate in the main, the one that MaxPax is going to camp. Well, he was about to camp right next to you. He saw it. Oh, he lets it go. He lets it go. That Oracle's actually going to get away. Okay. It feels like a big deal. Time Wolf goes down. Again, you don't have Phoenix range herO, so your fights are going to be worse to initiate in. I mean, oh no, he does have Phoenix range now. Apologies. See, so he did finish that up. And like I say, the problem is still the mothership. The mothership's just so good here. 9 Phoenix lead. I don't think that herO is coming back from this one. An interesting choice. Good enough as that Phoenix will take damage. Guardian Shield popping up. And not really anything else left to say here. The Phoenix just keep on firing through. +2 air weapons coming up on the Cyber Core. The Phoenix step over to that right-hand side. It's going to see the couple of Phoenix are still whacking away. Damage being done. Phoenix going down. Trade's continuing through at the moment. Just going to keep on going. GG says herO. And MaxPax ties this up. 1 game each in this best of 5. So we get tied up 1-1. Game number 3 coming through in a few moments. Kick this off and get this underway. As we get into our 3rd map, all tied up. Exciting stuff. Problem is, if both these guys like the opening that they're doing, they will just keep playing Phoenix versus Phoenix. Right? This will refire next map, so I guess we'll see what happens or how it goes. Let's do this as we head into the bottom right corner. All tied up 1-1 means obviously we're guaranteed at least 4 maps in this final. In the bottom right, our red Protoss player here is MaxPax. He takes on the blue Protoss. In the top left, we have herO. Yeah, herO just decided not to go for range. I actually felt like it was kind of working. I felt like he was winning some of the fights initially. But then just no capitalization on it, and eventually, you know, lack of range is going to catch up to you, I feel like. I mean, it really did catch up to him in the end. As we get game 3 underway here on Abyssal Reef, there is a probe of MaxPax already going to the upper left-hand side of the map to see a little bit of what's going on. Probe moving about, gateway coming through. All of this setting up for the moment. Probe just taking a few more shots. And again, Cybercore coming through, the Probe and the Zealot coming in. Nexus coming online as well. Probe chases the other probe away. He's going to see that Stalker still chrono boosting out the gateways. Ourselves the Probe continue to move about for a little bit. Again, Stargate coming through. Probes and the Stalker on the way out. Pulling this probe around early, but across the map we do have some MaxPax defense going on as herO brings the aggression. Zealot and the Stalker getting across, and Zealot going to head into the main base. The Stalker heads up this side as well. Stalker will go down already. Stalker gonna be falling. We just have ourselves the recall being used. So here we're gonna bring this straight back to the upper left-hand side. Stalkers will hang about. Just going to be having the warp gate finishing. Of course, Stargate finishes from herO. He's going to go straight to Phoenix while MaxPax is heading to the Oracle initially. Oracle will just hang around on the left side, but Phoenix is going to catch it, so herO is going to find the Oracle, and it's going to be an instant recall. MaxPax already on his way to the Twilight Council, and 2 additional gateways are going to set up there. It's a little bit of a different approach. Stalker's pulling back down again. Twilight Council coming up, the Phoenix is on the way from herO. A couple more probes coming about as well. Stalker just continuing across the other side. As the gateways continue to come online, I mean, herO is going to poke with a couple of his Phoenix, but he's going to go to Blink himself. We're going to see Blink starting from both players at about the same time, so we're going to get to see Blink versus Blink. We've not really had that so far in the series. Here we go with it coming up now. Get this underway. The gates coming through. The Nexus building up from MaxPax. A couple of probes build as well. There's the Stalkers on both sides coming up as well here. And those Gulf Islands coming about. Just going to see the gate and the assimilator both coming through. The Blink as well, also in production right now, so we keep that going. The Sentry coming down the right. We've got a proxy gateway, and so herO looking to be the aggressor right now. So we're going to catch a few Stalkers already, going to come through and be able to slow things a little bit, but we do get a grab pretty quickly. Now the Stalkers have to come back from MaxPax and reposition a little bit. herO already taking some losses though. 10 probes going down to the 4 of MaxPax. Oh, he just blinks in. I mean, that takes away any any kind of blink defensive plays he can make. He just wants to try and trade these units as best he can, and he felt like that was the moment to blink in for it, so he sends it. Stalker's just going to continue to pull back. We do have the Robo facility building from MaxPax as well. herO's lost 16 probes now across the map. No third base from him. He's super committed to this, but he's down 20 workers. I'm not going to say that I like it. Obviously, I feel like this is brutal for him. As, yeah, he's got an army supply lead, and as he lifts up a couple of Stalkers here, maybe he can create some opportunity for himself. The Stalkers that are lifted cannot blink, of course, so they are easy targets. Keep it going. I mean, herO has no choice. He's got to send this right now. He's got to win it with this attack, basically. There's not much else for him to do on this one, as we just have the numbers going his way, though, and he is starting to get to the point where I think he might have done it, right? Like, I mean, the probes here from MaxPax being pulled. herO still has about a 10 army supply lead. Breaking into the main base, away from any of the batteries. Immortal on the way. That Robo going to come into life here very shortly for MaxPax, so that Robo and Immortal can come into play, then that's obviously a big benefit as well. Going downwards, we're going to see a couple of those Stalkers getting hit, a lot of that damage being done. More Stalkers get walked in, the Adepts continue to come over. As we see now our Stalkers continue to fight. Immortal going to be taking some damage as well. Immortal will go down. herO here with the 12 armor supply lead still is now getting some probes with Adepts in the main base. These Stalkers are going to be low HP, they're going to get jumped on. Stalkers continuing across. We go all the way as we just have ourselves these two probes are continuing through. The other Stalkers coming about. Stalkers on that left side looking to get back the other way. Ellie is stuck in my room, guys, so she doesn't just run off and bark outside like she usually does. Sorry. Yeah, she's not happy that MaxPax is losing. GG gets called. herO takes a 2-1 lead in this best of 5. Ellie! Ellie, come here. What? What's wrong? What are you barking for? Lovely. Good to know. Yeah, very upset at the outcome. 2-1 lead for herO. Not over yet, Ali. As we get baby, I know. I'll tell you what, look. I'll take you to see that not much is going on. Well, I'll see if you can come out because I know you're not enjoying being in here. Give me 1 sec. Alright guys, sorry. As we get into game number 4. And get this ready to go. So. I'm just banning someone from YouTube because they're fucking stupid. Cool. Alright. Game 4, the best of 5. And MaxPax down a game, herO leading. This one 2-1. Depth gonna hit the sentry. Target coming up, Stalker on the way, a couple of probes coming through. Let's just have a hallucination continuing across for the next couple of moments. So, Oracle coming about, Warpgate coming over, Stalker and the Phoenix still coming over. Just going to be seeing a couple of shots coming back and forth. The 2 Stalkers and the Sentry are going to be there, as the Adept is going to be taking some hits, is going to go down. Warpgate is very far along right now from MaxPax. herO with no Warpgate upgrade. Two gates coming about, Twilight Council coming through. Just going to be seeing our probes in the Phoenix. Twilight Council from herO coming up as well. Pylon continue to come about. Phoenix coming across. Oracle is going to be taking damage, and MaxPax's Oracle gets denied. Going Twilight Council is not going to help you if you don't have Warp Gate herO. How long until he realizes that Warp Gate is not coming in for himself right now? I mean, not ideal. Maybe, yeah, just pretty bad, right? In general, right now. Not ideal at all. We're just going to have ourselves the Pylon coming about. Gates coming through. A couple more gates and the Warp Gate still coming online. The Stalker still producing as well. As the Pylon continues to come across, there is another gateway coming into play. Again, Blink is still building up. The Phoenix coming down, and again, the Blink continues through. It's a lot of gates from herO, but he finally starts up Warp Gate. Yeah, kind of do need the Warp Gate, right? I'm going to struggle without that. So going to see Phoenix getting a little bit of a lift off. Gate's going by, Nexus coming up. Blink continues through on both sides for the moment, so again, just a little bit of a ways from herO. I mean, I guess in the end, he will obviously have some slower Stalker production, but he's not going to get overly punished for missing Warp. I feel like it's pretty bad. I feel like he's going to miss like a full set of Warpins, actually. Well, a couple shots coming through. Stalker's going to get a probe. The Blink still coming up. The Warp Gate building. Nexus halfway done as well. Stalkers and the Oracle from MaxPax coming to the top side. There goes a probe. A couple sentries setting up as well. I mean, MaxPax just starting to pressure in. Stalkers dealing some damage. The Phoenix coming back across. Stalkers and the Oracle just coming back over. Gonna see a few more shots coming through. The couple of Phoenix coming about. Just gonna be seeing a couple of probes coming about as well. The charge continuing online. herO is just going to struggle. The energy overcharges the battery. He will lift with the Phoenix to try and get a couple of these Stalkers nice and quickly. MaxPax already on his way. I mean, he's up 5 workers, already on his way to charge a Forge as well, so you can get advantages. Stasis catches quite a few Stalkers of herO. Just as actually, I think he was starting to take a bit of an advantage going back the other way. Again, charge currently about halfway done here. The extra probes coming through. Stalkers coming up. Just going to be seeing a couple of these units from MaxPax capitalize on some slow Warpins. That Pylon not connected to a Nexus? It's ridiculous. How is that Pylon to the left not connected? That's absolutely wild. Oracle escapes. 12 probes going down again. The MaxPax supply leading and significantly ahead in work account now as well. Can herO make a shove across the map? I really don't think so. I don't think he has that much possibility. More shots, Stalks coming through, probes going down, Robo Facility and Gates coming about as well. MaxPax just adding his gateway count up, going to find a couple Stalkers here. Actually doesn't get to grab those, they just about get away. The rest of the Stalkers from herO join up as well. The supply is even right now. It's the fact that MaxPax is heading to the +1. It's the fact he's already got charge. These are things that MaxPax can use to his advantage here eventually that herO does not have in comparison. So that will become the problem. Now you're fighting up a ramp trying to chase these units down. Is not exactly going very well for you. And yeah, I feel as though this entire game has gone bad to worse at this point. Stalker's coming about, just going to be seeing the couple shots coming over. They're going to fire up, and with the Zealots here as well, it's going to make it even more difficult for herO to really work through this. The rest of the Zealots going down. Stalker's taking hits, the +1 attack coming through, the Nexus coming about as well. Stalker's pulling back down the other direction, just going to be seeing the +2 attack from MaxPax coming up. Stalker's continuing to come over. Observer finishing, Zealots and the Prism coming online. Stasis Ward catches, and those few Stalkers are going to get caught as now the +2 attack continues in from MaxPax. Stalker's going to get straight in there, pick off the Forge. The Immortal now building up on the Robo Facility, so that's going to come up as well. So it's going to charge into the right-hand side. I mean, again, difficult for herO to defend all fronts at this point. Again, down the gateway, so any fight he does take, oh, down the +1, sorry, so any fight he does take is going to be with, you know, worse units, essentially. The Immortal he has. Oh, the Zealot Immortal in general, he is actually pretty brutal to deal with. All the probes going down. I think herO might just have to tap out and to give us a game 5 in this series. Let's talk together. 2 shots coming about. The Immortal still pressing over. It's going to be seen a Dark Shrine and extra Zealots coming up as well. Stalker's gonna fight. Stalkers go down. GG's. MaxPax ties it up 2-2. And we're gonna go to game 5 of the series. So, gonna go to game 5. I'm gonna get this on the way. And go to one final map today, guys. Alright. So. Just wait for game 5 to get hosted, and we should be able to go. King's Cove, going to be the 5th map. Let's get this started up. Everyone in the lobby going to King's Cove to see which of these two is going to win out today's WARDITV Mondays event. Alright, kicking this off into play. Like I say, King's Cove coming through. Thanks for joining us, guys. Appreciate you all. In the top left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the red Protoss player. Bringing it back, it is MaxPax against the blue Protoss player herO, who did not start his warp gate for quite a while last time. Ain't going to help you. We're setting off into this game 5 of the series. Front is coming about. Probes on the way through. Probe is going to come across from the top left as MaxPax comes over to scout, see what's up. What's up, Carl Hungus? Thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. If you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to use the Primes if you have not already. Helps out a lot. Helps us to keep on bringing you guys as constant StarCraft 2 action as we can. Probe nibbling the other probe again. Cybercore and the Nexus coming through. For a couple of moments here. Just going to be seeing the probe chasing the other probe around. The Adept coming back over. Cybercore about to finish, and the Nexus is coming through as well. Stargate on the way from herO, so herO Stargate will start up. The Adept is still halfway done. Probe chasing the other probe around still. Stargates on both sides of the map. Next coming through. Going to be seeing the Adepts coming about. Shading a little bit here for a moment or so. Adept around that left-hand side. Next is coming over. Seeing our Adept continuing about. Phoenix on the way up again. Next is going to be about halfway done. So you just settle into a few of those things. The Adept going to take a chance of moving through. Just going to be seeing the Adepts going to get jumped on, and herO will take some damage. Phoenix lifts. Adept in the skies. And a couple probes, the assimilator all coming about. Here we do have our Nexus of herO finishing soon, so trailing in that regard is, again, it's Phoenix and Phoenix being made. Here again, 5 workers is going to make up for that later Nexus, if nothing else here, as the Adept comes back through. 6 probes going down. And just see our couple of probes continuing up at the moment as we just have our Phoenix coming in. The Adept goes down the left-hand side. Here, we're just going to keep this alive. Maybe we can come back again later. Straight to the second Stargate for herO, so straight to doubling down on the Phoenix play in Game 5 of the series. Phoenix pulled back again. Second Stargate comes up from MaxPax. So you're all going to see that in the choice right now. We'll have our Phoenix still patrolling back here from herO. I mean, basically you don't want to go and be the aggressor, right? Is what it comes down to a lot of the time here. Being the aggressor is a very, very tough thing in PvP, but in Phoenix vs. Phoenix. But we do know that MaxPax sometimes does accept being the aggressor anyway, so let's see exactly how that goes. Phoenix back around the right. Again, a few Phoenix continuing up. Assimilator on the way through. Just going to have our Phoenix pulling back into the middle of the map here again. Phoenix and pylons all on the way out for the moment as we head down to the south. I got a little lift off, got to pick off there. Again, 2 more probes, 2 more Phoenix all coming over. Sleep Beacon will be up on both sides again. The Phoenix continue to come around and bring a lot of that through. As the Phoenix continue to gather, keep joining up. And Phoenix joined up right now. Just going to be seeing our fleet beacon finishing very shortly. This Phoenix patrol, we're going to be seeing the Phoenix range from both, so herO not going to skip out on that this time around. Phoenix counts out 15 to 13. herO has a knack for getting that little bit of a Phoenix lead, a little bit of a worker lead as well. Third base coming up from both. herO's ahead on that third base timing as well, so that will be a factor here as we continue on. Phoenix lift, a couple of probes go down. Now the Phoenix actually from afar there. That's very good for herO. He got a kill and MaxPax did not initially. So herO being the aggressor and absolutely benefiting from it. Turns around a little bit now. Another reinforcement shows up. Does he want to turn? Oh, I don't know if I like that fight as much. Now losing a bunch of his Phoenix, and it goes down to 9 versus 9. I think that started very well for herO, and he just let it slip away. Phoenix is going to go back and forth again. A couple more Phoenix coming out on both sides. MaxPax has a pylon coming up over here, by the way. So pylon in the base of herO and could warp in something. Until herO deals with that, that is going to be a slight problem. And yeah. I mean, this is the problem with being the aggressor. Is like you have an advantage going in, and like I say, it started great for herO, but it doesn't take much for it to fall apart. You've got to be on top of it the entire time. Phoenix moving once more here. I mean, out just now MaxPax basically in control of the map. Phoenix will hold out the front. We see herO putting down the fourth base, so he shows MaxPax, hey look, I'm expanding again, maybe you should too. Back and forth continues. I mean, this is again very dangerous because now MaxPax starts to get that Phoenix advantage, and his control is just so good. Full position in those Phoenix from afar, gets another snipe, so all of his Phoenix are firing at once. Able to get those snipes and make it look easy while he's doing it, and basically sitting in his opponent's base and just bullying him with what should not be so much of an advantage. But there's the mothership popping out, and all of a sudden we get jumped on here. We're going to go chasing through. Was that good enough for herO? He's still down a couple workers. The mothership of MaxPax building as we speak. Oh. Carrier still build through the extra Phoenix coming up. The mothership is going to come out, and the Phoenix will gather with that mothership right now. Now, if that mothership was not there, we would have died, I think. But we do not, and so this game goes on with now MaxPax trailing the fourth base a little bit later for him. An extra Stargate coming up from herO, but MaxPax is already going into Phoenix production. So it jumps onto this pylon here. Again, +1 air weapons coming up from both sides. The Phoenix continuing through. The Nexus finishing very shortly as well. This Nade Oracle comes over to the right. As the hallucination just getting shut down, the Phoenix and the mothership gonna gather up together as well. Observer popping through, the few Phoenix coming about, +1 air weapons, +1 air armor coming about as Stargate continue to come through. Army of MaxPax heading down the bottom. 4 carriers on the way from herO here. +1 air weapon is going to be a part of this. The mothership and the carrier coming across. Phoenix gathering. Going to get a few shots coming about. There's a time warp coming down. We're going to commit in. Cloaking on the side, popped by herO. Has a couple of carriers, remember, of his own. So does MaxPax. MaxPax initiating this fight. He has less army supply. Phoenix are going huge onto the interceptors on both sides. I think there's a few more interceptors left from here, and especially as he adds another carrier join the fray. That will remain to be true. Cloaking is going to start fading on both sides, and we're going to commit into this fight, apparently. I don't even know how you really control this from the player's point of view, because, I mean, what are we even really looking at? Great question, right? I mean, I think it's just the fact it's 1 extra carrier. I guess 2 extra carriers now from herO, sorry, and the extra intercept is doing a lot of work for him. But he has to back away here still in the end. He cannot chase this all the way out, taking a 5th base already. And herO is on a 30 supply lead. I mean, I don't know what to tell you when there's just lasers in the sky. It becomes a very difficult cast, to be honest. You see resource lost? Yeah, it's a little bit better for MaxPax. But he has been mining less the entire time, pretty much. hero's just been mining a little bit more and has turned that into an army advantage as well. Actually has more probes. If they were to max out, MaxPax would have an army supply lead. Right now, this is the difference of 8 carriers versus 2, but it's also 5 Phoenix to 18, so what do you prefer, the carriers or the Phoenix? I mean, carriers are very good, but Phoenix are obviously going to slaughter interceptors, and without the interceptors, the carriers mean absolutely nothing, so... Kind of crazy. We've already seen 44 to 26 interceptors going down. I expect that to be a lot higher by the time we're done. MaxPax backs it off. Obviously, the Nexus does get here from herO, so he will have that to work from. As MaxPax is yet to show us his base 6, which is what that is from herO, his 6th base there of the game. Let's get back into the center. Joining up, just going to be seeing our +2 air weapons on both sides of the map. Again, Phoenix coming over, just going to be seeing a couple of probes coming up on both sides. There's a lot of probes coming about right here as the carriers, the Phoenix stepping forward, the mothership as well. The rest of the Phoenix coming through. Shots coming about. Probes pulling in the center. I think herO at this point is kind of happy to give up some probes. And, yeah. I mean, he's going to lead the charge with them. They will run in to hit wherever they find and force them to be cleaned out. And we're going to actually start initiating this fight. The mothership's going to go down so quickly. That's a huge start of the fight from MaxPax. The time warp massive as well. So you have a couple more Phoenix showing up. I mean, the interceptors aren't going down. This is all about target fire and units. As we are getting rid of the carriers on both sides. Oh my goodness, this is just absolute mayhem. We're going to get rid of pretty much every carrier here. Both players' supplies just plummet. 2 wins at the very end. An extra carrier shows up. But honestly, this might just be a defender's advantage kind of fight. Reinforcements and also the fact a couple of stacked defenses are there. Plus the shield battery did some work. I think herO's going to lose this fight for the simple fact that he walked across the map. He's going to lose all those observers too, which is an expensive loss to replace. herO's going to come out of this very far behind. Just the fact that MaxPax just kind of runs in and just gets the mothership so quickly, I think really decided that. And then you fight in the time warp. Losing the mothership so soon. It's interesting as well because you've got to question the Phoenix counts as well. Was the Phoenix count good enough? At this point, we're resetting down at basically Phoenix versus Phoenix, but MaxPax still has the 3 carriers. So it looks as though MaxPax is going to get it done and is going to be able to take this final game of this series. Phoenix push across, the carriers, the mothership coming across still. The Phoenix is still chasing. momentum continues up. We're going to see a few more shots going back the other way. Cannon going to fire. Another Phoenix going down. I think we do have ourselves MaxPax in victory formation for game number 5. Just sitting on top of his opponent's bases, but his opponent doesn't have the right things to fight back. Is the difference maker, and obviously the Phoenix are hitting interceptors, and then the Phoenix of MaxPax are hitting Phoenix, so we're actually losing units here as herO that are expensive to replace. 6 Phoenix being built at a time just ain't going to make a difference, and slowly but surely MaxPax pushes through to victory. More shots coming up now. The Phoenix going to go on either side. Phoenix going to shoot. Again, the mothership and the carriers continue to chase. There should be it as the Phoenix get jumped on. GG's are called. MaxPax takes it 3-2 over herO. And that will do it for the day as MaxPax takes another WARDITV Monday weekly title. GG's. GG's. Alrighty, guys. I am going to go and not doing with the sponsor stuff today because Hella needs some help with some stuff downstairs, so we'll just do that a different day. So that's going to be it for us today. Thank you so much for watching. We had 2,000 views today. I don't know what I did to get you guys to come and watch this week compared to previous weeks, but we do this every Monday, so come back next Monday. We have more great players every single Monday here in the WARDITV Monday event, and obviously we are continuing to run events through the week. This week, well, we're not running anything this week, but this week we have got the Leo League Cup playoffs that we're going to be covering, as well as some OSC Championship games, so you guys can jump in for all of that. And yeah, it's a holiday in the US. Wow. Check you guys out. Well, there you go. That's probably why the viewership's good today. Who knew? What holiday is it? That's crazy. I had absolutely no idea. Huh. MLK, is that Martin Luther King Day? I see. That's wild. I had absolutely no clue. Well, happy day off. It's the Americanos. Americans. Appreciate you guys. Alright. Yeah, I had no idea, guys. Guys, I woke up at 7 AM because we had people coming to do stuff in the house. So, you know, I've been away all weekend. I've been on a pretty crazy, hectic schedule, so. Alright, you guys have a great rest of your day. I'm going to run some ads, and when the ads are done, we'll send you guys over to some more StarCraft somewhere. Don't know where that is, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2, and next week for more Mondays, etc. We're streaming every day this week, so I'll see you guys all week long here on the stream. Thanks for watching today. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye! And don't forget to like, subscribe, play Royal Match in your downtime. I should say the South things more probably. Our sub count do with a bit of a buffer, but yeah, I guess we'll go. We'll start more later in the week. Screw it. Bye, guys. Thank you so much for watching.